All right, I'm starting early. Yeah, we're in a Vosh stream and we're starting early. I know. Keep your pants on. Stay seated. It's time. What's up? I got the wind blowing through some open windows, so I thought, yeah, I can get away with wearing a jacket. You know, I can wear a jacket on stream. I can layer a little bit. What's up, guys? New haircut? Nope, just put hairspray in. He thinks we're wearing pants. You think I'm wearing pants? I'm wearing shorts. just trim my just trim my nails. So if I have like it looks like I'm biting my nails, it's because I am. Thank you, Tempest. Thank you. UK general election 4th of July. You guys don't get to do anything on the 4th of July. I don't think you understand how offensive that is to us Americans, you know? The idea of people in the UK doing something of big national importance on July 4th, the only thing that you guys should be doing on July 4th is losing, all right? I don't like the idea of, yeah, frankly, that's not your day, you know? I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Do you trim your cat's claws? You know, we used to, and now we kind of don't because we just know how to handle all of them so that they don't scratch us. Like Artemis super chill, Ruben is incredibly friendly, and Pigeon gets a little scratchy, so we just don't do stuff that leads her to scratching us, and we kind of just don't need to worry about it, you know? The only person who gets us now with the scratches is Ruben, because Ruben is special, man. He is the friendliest little cat in the world, but if you pick him up, he'll eventually get wiggly. Like, not right away, but eventually, like if you hold him for a minute or so. But when he gets wiggly, he's not mad. He's not angry. He's not upset. He just wants to run around. So you could hold him and he'll wiggle and he'll kick off of you and then he'll land and then he won't run away and he'll just look up at you and go meow. You know, like he not a bad thought in his body. You know, he just wants to be. Yeah, he wants to be independent. He wants to wiggle. That jacket looks so good. Where'd you get it from? Chat. Does anyone want to help Bengala out with where I got this and in fact all clothing from? So how they treat furniture? Our cats are pretty good with the furniture. They don't really tear up the furniture. Buck Angel responded to your puberty blocker segment. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. This Twitter clip you're sending me, this happened a while ago. He's just responding to some like little clip snippet somebody pulled on Twitter. This has 400 likes, okay? The number of people who like that Buck Angel transsexual, that's the Twitter name he's got, tweet, a fraction of how many people are watching right now, you know? He longs for the relevance that I would give him by seriously engaging with his whinging half arguments. That's why we buy good computer chairs, Vermin. Mm. Oh yeah, we'll get it, Dream Canoe. Yeah, he was like showing porn and shit, Vermin. It's pretty wild. Sorry, hold on. I did just trim my nails, and you know you can feel your nails after you trim them, and it's like, oh fuck, that section of nail is like 1 micrometer longer than it should be, you know? I get really picky about that. It takes me forever to trim my nails because I get really picky. I used to bite my nails, like actually bite them, and ever since I kicked that habit, which was a long time ago, but ever since I kicked that habit, I have been like incredibly fastidious about filing works pretty well. Oh, filing. I'm just hearing this for the first time. Filing? Is that true? What is filing? How do you do that? Just let me know. Glass files are sick? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, whatever level that's on, I'm not a part of it. I have no idea. If you're not using a polishing wheel after filing, what are you even doing? Yeah, that's how men do their nails, okay? They just have like a grinding wheel in a workshop that they put their fingertips up against, and then they have the polishing wheel. They buff it with some wax beforehand. Glass files are safer for nails. I don't. What do you mean safer for nails? They're my nails. They're keratin. They're not. They don't even have like cells in them. They're not living ones. You know. What do you? Glass files? Why would you file something with glass? Can't you file it with like steel or this? You know. Glass files are quick and they don't break down. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Do you really mean a file made out of glass? Glass file. Reusable glass nail file. I mean, these look pretty cool, I guess. I don't know how it would be better than just using like metal or whatever. Chad is really on it with the nail care. Huh? Yeah, that's because Chad has a lot of trans chicks, and trans chicks, you know, it's like a big fucking second puberty great awakening for them, where they're like, holy shit, my cuticles look like shit, you know, and they suddenly start caring. Every trans girl has that moment where they realize, like, fuck, I have to thread my eyebrows now. God damn it, that looks like so much work. And then eventually they like get used to it, you know? So they're just trying to like get this information into my mind ahead of time because they all think I'm going to transition. And the God's honest truth is that, like, I never will. I just want to have smooth nails. You taking care of your nail beds? Nope. Nah, dude, my cuticles look like shit. They're all like pulled up and everything. They've got like hangnail remnants, you know, like the lines that run up. There's like 16, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that could catch here. I'll say that much, okay? Men can take care of their nails. Yeah, like in the Fight Club sense, you know. Now we have a reason to keep our nails short because you're punching people in the basement of an Applebee's or whatever. That's true. I don't think Applebee's have basements. All that effort put into the fashion just to fall apart the nails SMH. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. You know, it's like the people who put so much effort into one thing and then completely fucking. You ever be with a bitch who does her hair up real nice? I mean, we're talking somebody who puts like at least 30 minutes a day of work into styling their hair, not washing it, styling it, you know? And then you go back to her place and it's fucking disgusting and there's like dog shit on the apartment floor. You know what I'm talking about? It's like maybe you should evenly distribute the energy a little bit. Maybe you should take all the energy you've got into one category. Maybe you've got all your eggs in one basket is what I'm saying. You need to distribute them among multiple baskets. You need to put some eggs in the not having dog shit on the floor of your apartment basket. The canvassing link in chat is wrong, Sake. I'm pretty sure that it got removed or changed. As Rishi Sunak was announcing a general election, he was getting soaked in the pouring rain. A protester blasted, "Things can only get better," from a speaker just nearby. Thank you for linking a video that you have already informed me will get the stream demonetized. I really appreciate you warning me ahead of time. Hey, Vosh, here's a video where a copyrighted song will play prominently. Like, that's not just incidental. That's actually the feature of the video. Thank you for letting me know ahead of time. It's in June, Saka, yeah. Where are you getting these horror dating stories from? Oh, that's never happened to me. I could instantly tell looking into a girl's eyes whether or not there's dog poop in the apartment floor. You know, this is a you problem, not a me problem. Now, I have been with people who were like kind of fucking gross. I don't get that. For me, it's hygiene first, style second, okay? I care about the clothing, but I have always been a very clean person, you know? You know, your daily showers, you know, if you need to shower more than once a day, like because you did something, you know, go for it. But some people, for some of them, like hygiene is just not a first priority, and I don't get that. You know, I do not get that. No amount of Riz will get rid of the stinky. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get like a second coming of this because you have all these fucking dog girls on Twitter who are like, you know, get you a girl who stinks good. And what they don't realize, or what maybe they realize it, what a lot of people don't seem to understand is that stinks good is a person who doesn't stink. Like, stinks good just means they have like the natural human musk that you develop as a byproduct of being human. Like, stinks good just means you haven't slathered your body in deodorant, you know? But like anything beyond that is just increasing levels of bad. This is why people who have like a bury their face in your armpit kink or whatever aren't asking people to like present their pits after sleeping in a trash pile for 6 weeks. You know, they're doing it after like, hey, come back from the gym. Because if you just came back from the gym, you just smell like you, but more, kind of. At least you can, you know? But if you've been sleeping in trash, you just smell like trash. So I don't know. Like, people have to know what kind of stink is good and what kind of stink isn't good. Do you shower more than once in the water because warm water? I'm not gonna lie. If you, I shower as a matter of routine, and sometimes like if I get dirty or like I went on a hike and I feel stinky or whatever, or if I got a haircut, then I'll take another shower because I hate having all those little bits of cut hair all over my face. If you're taking multiple warm showers a day or your showers are lasting 45 minutes, you might have a case of clinical depression, my friend, okay? There have literally been studies that have shown that if you spend too much time in a warm shower, you're trying to like simulate the warmth of human connection. Like if you're lonely or depressive or whatever, you know, and you're wasting water. And frankly, that's very irresponsible. You're killing Mother Earth. And I think that you should, you know, I think you should get out of there and maybe make some breakfast. Do you use cologne regularly? I have never used cologne once in my entire life. I don't smell. I don't smell. I have never smelled. No one has ever said that I'm stinky, and I don't really have any interest in smelling differently than what I do smell like. I don't give a shit. The cologne thing's always been weird to me. I just don't get it. I don't really like perfume on other people either. Like, if I give you a hug, I just want you to smell like a person, I guess. I don't really want to, like, oh, wow, blueberry. I don't, I don't care. Yeah, see, Vermin can confirm. Can you explain why you don't like Hazbin Hotel? No. Not deodorant either. Oh, I don't need deodorant. I don't smell. I just don't smell. It would just, all putting deodorant on would make me smell like Irish Springs. You know, it wouldn't do anything except make me smell worse. Put on an odorless deodorant? Why? What benefit? Why would I do that? What problem am I solving with that? What about antiperspirant? I just don't sweat. I sweat a little if it's hot. That's fine. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? That's what your body has a natural process for. Like if you're hot, you sweat a bit. Okay, you're running around in the summer sun, and your t-shirt gets a little sweaty. Okay, fucking deal with it. Get off my balls. Like someone's going to judge me in public. Like, oh man, that guy who looks like he's been walking around the pier for 2 hours has a little bit of sweat around his armpits. You know, what a fucking freak. Who are you? Why the fuck do you care if my pits sweat a little bit when I'm running around in the summer? I grew up in LA. Why would I like wouldn't putting on antiperspirant in an environment where your body wants to sweat anyway just be a deterrent to its natural cooling off processes? Like, am I not hurting my own body doing this? Like, what? So like my body wants to cool off, but it can't because I've gummed up my sweat pores with whatever the fuck antiperspirants are made of. I don't know, microplastics, hot glue, rubber cement, whatever you put in there. Why would I do that? Aluminum? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you learn more about cologne, you develop an appreciation for it like you did with fashion. I don't know, man, because you can't appreciate cologne unless you're up next to the person. That's one. And for two, it's just like a one thing. It's like, oh, here's what you smell like, you know? Whereas fashion is, for one, visual, so it can be projected through the stream and at a distance. And also, like, you can do stuff with it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to go to an anime con, use these excuses when the organizer tells me to put on deodorant. Yeah, if you stink, you should wear deodorant. I just don't. I'm just better than you. But if you suck and you need deodorant, then just do it. Okay, I'm not like competing with you because I've already won. Don't make it a thing, all right? If you need deodorant or whatever, then just use deodorant or shower more or whatever the fuck you need to, okay? I'm built different. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it happened to work this way, you know? I'm sorry that I'm like this. But I'm not going to lower myself to you and force myself to uselessly wear deodorant or antiperspirant just because you need to, okay? You need to, that's your burden to bear. That's your fight to fight. I'm out here on a whole other level, you know? Have your pits never chafed though? Mine do. Not really. Oh, hey, by the way, maybe like the reason my pits don't chafe is because I have armpit hair. You shouldn't be shaving, you know. Like I know chicks do it because they want you to call them cute, you know, or whatever, whatever insane reason a person would shave their own armpit hair. You know, there's a reason why we have armpit hair, right? It keeps you from shaving. You know, there are people online who have convinced themselves that having body hair is unclean. You people are the like disgusting cuck bitches of the so-called hygiene and sanitation industry. You have allowed Gillette to convince you that body hair is unclean. What are you talking about? Why would you think that? Why would you? That's insane. It's the opposite, if anything. You know, it's a natural part of being a human being. We have hair everywhere. I just want to be pure. Yeah, that's look. If it's like this, if it's this like Patrick Bateman 6 hours in the mirror every morning thing, like just own up to it, right? Just don't go online and pretend there's anything unclean about having body hair. You see that sometimes, and I have to wonder. This opinion being fed to me by a 16-year-old BTS fan? Am I currently about to engage with the perspective of somebody who has never had to pay taxes? Maybe you think body hair is unclean because you don't have it and you've never seen it on anyone, you know? Like and if that's the case, like I don't care. Grow up. Hair is more surface area for bacteria. No, no, stop. You no 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 no. Just stop. You're wrong. That's not how that works. Bacteria isn't festering on the hair. That's not how that works. Okay, it's not. Okay, shaving can introduce cuts. It makes chafing happen because you don't have hair as a kind of like repellent to like you know keep the skin from rubbing against the skin. Like the shave, just don't convince yourself you're doing it for your health. You're doing it because you want to serve. You know, you want to serve. I can't say that. I can't say the C word because YouTube gets mad at you if you do it. What if you were raised to shave your pits? Okay, gonna repeat this one more time. I don't give a shit if you do. Just don't pretend it's unclean to not. That's it. That's what I'm saying, okay? I don't give a fuck if you do. Cut off your limbs. Yeah, cut off both of your arms because that means there's less surface area of your body for bacteria to fester on. Literal Harkonnens. Yeah, everyone wants to get on that Harkonnen game. You know they're picking up hard at the club. Everyone wants to. Everyone's going. They're incest maxing. They're hairless maxing. They're pale maxing. They're Mayor Knife Chip and Shatter maxing. They're out there trying to like emulate that. The Harkonnens are the modern Neo from the Matrix, where people for like a decade were, what if I wore a leather trench coat over a Looney Tunes graphic tee and jeans that don't fit me, that I'm holding up with a belt, with a braided belt that I've tucked the excess into the belt line, you know? And now for a decade, people will be Harkonnen maxing. Very 2001. Yeah, I was there. Vosh, I've got a hairy ass back. Maybe it's all a mental thing. It just makes me feel twice as disgusting as I otherwise would. Look, again, if you want to, that's fine. Like, your feelings are your feelings. I'm not going to debate you on your feelings. I'm just saying it's objectively not, like, a deterrent to your health and cleanliness, okay? That's it. You can do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Laser your whole body for all I care. I'm just saying it's not like you're cleaning your body thing. Is chat getting dumber? No, Sleeper Vashai. Good question, though. I'm actually getting smarter, and in comparison, they look dumber. That's the issue. It's the real problem is the contrast. Yeah, seriously, Thana. It's such an American thing too, you know, that like everyone gets exposed to brainworms, or brainworms wise. Everyone has body hair, Electric 87, even if you can't see it. Oh, do you guys want to hear something cool? Vermin helped me out with a problem. Okay, look. Underneath this, I'm wearing my short sleeve Henley. You see, fits good. Great. Okay, so I washed it because you have to do that with clothes sometimes. And like an idiot, I hung it up to dry in an improper way. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, so you know how some hangers are shaped like this, where they have these hooks on the side, you know, like that, right? So this is for hanging the straps of dresses, and sometimes you can tuck the collar of a shirt into these to keep the collar from stretching from the weight of you putting the shirt on it. And I washed my the Henley that I'm wearing right now, and I hung it up to dry, and like an idiot, forgetting that it was mostly made of hemp, I tucked the collar into here so that it wouldn't like stretch out over the side. And the consequence of this, okay, is that when I put the Henley up on a regular hanger afterwards, like this, see? Well, like this, okay? It had these fucking lumps on the side, like this, because they had set with like a little bit of strain on the shoulder, like this, see? Now this is emotionally devastating for me, personally, and it made me feel very not good. But then I thought, you can, like, hemp is very malleable. What if I just used a steamer and flattened these? Like, literally. So I did it. I got a steamer and I went while pressing into it, and it just fixed it. Yeah, there was no downside. It just fixed it. Then today I put this on, and the fit on the collar isn't quite right. So I'm like, hey, Vermin, use the steamer on the shirt that I'm wearing while I wear it. And that way you'll be conforming it to the shape of my body. And it worked perfectly. Worked perfectly. It hurt a little bit, but it worked perfectly. Just perfect, perfect, flawless. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. I said I just shoulders at rest. Perfect right back here. No collar gaps here, not even on the goddamn shirt. You should have put paper towels under it at least. What? And fuck up the fit by like 1 micrometer? Tailors don't want you to know this simple trick. Yeah, you never have to get anything tailored, okay? You just have to enter a sauna while wearing it. Yeah, Vermin had to stand up in the tub to do it because I'm like a foot taller than them. We need angstrom level accuracy. True. I thought you were getting smarter. I mean, you can say it's stupid, but I'm here looking fresh as fuck, and you're over there watching a live streamer at 11:16 a.m. PT. So I don't know in terms of who's serving and who's not. I think that maybe we'll let the historians decide. Um, Ask the doctor to turn off his pain inhibitor. Look, okay, I'm willing to suffer a little bit for being beautiful. Are you a man, the person who just said that? Because women suffer all the time to be beautiful. They wear high heels, they put on all that makeup. All I'm saying is for the sake of feminism, maybe more guys should like blast their body with 180-degree steam in order to make a t-shirt fit very slightly better. They have to put up with men. Have you tried putting up with men? Have you gone on Grindr and flirted with guys? Oh yeah, that was good. That was good, Vermin. We were moving, and it was like, wouldn't it be faster to just use a pulley to lower a mini fridge rather than like carrying it? That was good. You have to live a little. Some of these guys, they take no risks, but don't shave your hair, huh? Well, why would I shave my hair? Why would I do that? The mayo brownies. I'm never living those down. So you can increase your aerodynamicism. Yeah, I suppose. Don't you mean Spain? Sherlock Smug? Ireland has recognized Palestine for a hot second, hasn't it? Or did they only just make it official? Because Spain now recognizes the Palestinian state. Not saying I had anything to do with this, just saying I go to Spain, I leave Spain, they recognize Palestine. So I don't know. Maybe people who say I'm not an effective political operative for change can eat it. The evidence is clear. I can't detail any of the specifics. All I'm saying is, a remarkably consistent pattern. Yeah, Norway as well. We have the NATO map, except it's which countries recognize Palestine. Man, it really is like an Iron Curtain thing, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? Look at this. Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria. It really is just like which side of the Iron Curtain. Slovenia plans to recognize a Palestinian state following a set of parliamentary procedures expected relatively soon. Okay, they've got it in the docket. They've got it in the docket. Ireland is not a member of NATO. You know what point I'm making here, okay? Also, what would they even contribute? Does Ireland even have a military? Croatia gets military equipment from Israel. Yeah. It wouldn't be the Balkans if they would agree on one issue. It's just I don't know. It's just this feels so antiquated. Like Israel is a settler colonial project that's brutally militarily enforcing apartheid in a kind of borderline civil war that you could get like right out of 1960s Latin America or West Africa or whatever. And meanwhile, like if you take a look at who like ends up on whose side, like we almost have the Iron Curtain line. Like it's almost perfect, really, on who falls on which side of things. Remember that Poland was always based when it came to Palestine. Polish delegation to Palestinian territories pays tribute to Arafat. Boost. Well, we're not Arafat enjoyers here, but compared to anything Israel has to offer. Frankly, Arafat could bring like a big steaming pile of dog shit to the table, and it would probably be better than what the Israeli war cabinet would bring. So in a comparative sense, like we are in fact big Arafat enjoyers. We are look, if one person loves Arafat, it is me, and if nobody loves Arafat, it's because everybody in this community is dead. Probably mispronouncing his name. Why do you not Arafat? Because the Palestinians were cursed by, I don't know, sea witches a long time ago to only be represented by pieces of shit. If you go back through the history of the, well, obviously with Hamas, but like the Palestinian Authority or anything else, like they have consistently had really bad representation. There have been, this is not me downplaying what Israel has done. There have been like critical points in time where if the Palestinian representatives hadn't had their heads up their asses, we probably could have avoided the current situation, it's definitely like, again, I'm not removing blame from Israel here. I'm just saying that the Palestinian people have not had the best leadership. Wait, Israel has lost my sympathy, says Croatia's president even back in October. Thank you, Croatia. Milanovic also pledges to lower EU and NATO flags in his office because they shouldn't be on the same level as the Croatian one. Do you think perhaps his problem with Israel is just that they're not Croatian? Maybe this isn't really like an ethical thing. Maybe this is just like a Maybe something else is going on here. Possible? Yeah. I mean, Vosh, this is kind of ignoring that we had a corridor to two-state solution. Some dipshit Israeli ultranationalist hashed that. Thank you, emissary. You know, that was also a fact, a tidbit that you could add to what I was saying. I don't think that in any way detracts from the point that I was making, but thank you for reminding us that you know a thing. I don't think it's ignoring it at all. I mean, you could have instead phrased that as, to contribute to the discussion at hand, we must also remember that, but instead you chose to phrase it like, you idiot, Vosh, you fucking moron. You forgot this thing. I'm on to you. It's so weird that other non-superpowers have nationalism. Like, what is Croatian nationalism? It seems like the more of a shithole your country is, the more nationalism you have. Because I genuinely don't even... Like, a lot of American nationalism is like this latent, passive kind of like you rest easy in the throne of hegemony, you know? But then you go over to Serbia, and it's like, holy shit. Like, these people treat nationalism the way Latin Americans treat soccer games, you know? Like, these people are out here being hooligans for their nationalism. Not to say there aren't Americans like that, it's just, you know. But would you have noticed the comment if they hadn't phrased it that way? That's a good point, you know? Maybe life is suffering, and the only way to stand out is to increase the misery of the people around you. Hi, how do I not fall in the right-wing rabbit hole again? Just don't do it. Going down the right-wing pipeline should be like getting chicken pox in that it can only happen once. If it happens twice, sincerely, I doubt, like, I don't know what's going on. Are you injecting yourself with it deliberately? How does that happen a second time? Like really, fool me once, shame on the right-wing grifters who pulled you into it when you were 13 years old and thought saying the N-word in a Call of Duty lobby was the height of comedy. Fool you twice? You get pulled back in? I don't understand that at all. Do you have, like, Alzheimer's? Did you forget? The second time is shingles? Yeah, I have no respect for shingles havers. Shingles? This sounds like some Victorian condition. This doesn't sound like something people should be getting with modern medical science. I don't respect that. It was the second blow to Israel's international reputation this week after the chief prosecutor of the ICC. Yeah, that was pretty wild. France backs ICC after it seeks arrest warrants for Israel's Netanyahu Hamas leaders. Yeah, not to like oversell the issue, but can somebody find me a link for this because I didn't have it prepped. America, was it our State Department? Was it Kirby who said it? Basically said like, we are going to sanction the ICC if they do their job. I think there were even threats to like defund World Bank shit, or not the World Bank, sorry, the World Food Bank. What was the really evil stuff? U.S. signals support for possible ICC sanctions over Israel warrants. What was it I saw on Twitter? We have a murder-suicide pact with Israel. You know, like Israel doesn't even like us and they don't rep our interests, yet for some reason we are tanking our relationship with the rest of the world over them. It's fucking crazy. We're like, it's a two-country death cult. The World Food Program, yeah. Mike Pompeo. Targeting Israel is the first step before the ICC comes after Americans. I wish. The Biden administration should immediately sanction. Yeah, but Mike Pompeo says all kinds of stuff, right? What were the Blinken has suggested he will work with lawmakers on potential sanctions against the ICC as its prosecutor seeks arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials. That's so cool. I love being America in the sense that we're not a signatory of the ICC and are therefore not within their jurisdiction, but we still have the power to sanction them and like completely tank their ability to do their job when our allies do war crimes. That's really cool. I like that a lot. At a Tuesday hearing of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, James Rich, its top Republican, asked whether Blinken would support legislation to address the ICC, quote, sticking its nose in the business of countries that have an independent, legitimate, democratic judicial system. You guys are aware of the fact that, like, if modern day America, I genuinely do think that if Israel did their own Holocaust, like a proper one, you know, if they did like everything, the camps and everything, you know, not just like what they're doing now with let's use AI to drop 2,000-pound bombs on refugee huts. We would be like opposing the subsequent Nuremberg trial equivalent. You know what I mean? I don't know where this line ends, frankly. I have no idea. It's pretty insane. It seems like America is all for rules-based international order as long as we get to control the outcome. And if we can't control the outcome to a T, we are so militantly opposed to it that we will like actively deconstruct decades of international precedent and work to prevent like that system from ever making an outcome we don't approve of. No, but seriously, what are we doing? Strapped down, blindfolded, held in diapers, Israeli whistleblowers detail abuse of Palestinians in shadowy detention centers. Yeah, it's, yeah. That's pretty cool. You know, it's not like I've grown up seeing 1,000 images like this directly depicting the suffering of Jewish people in World War II. But, you know, let's just do it. Let's just do it all over again, I guess. Most moral army, though? Yeah, well, you know, these guys are all Hamas, I'm sure. Like, fuck, just put the stripes on the outfits they're given. Just commit to the bit, you know? Czechia wasn't on the map, but I can assure you they're not supporting Palestine. The map was only about the recognition of Palestine as a state, not about like general, yeah. You know, all the stuff that they've said about the ICC not having jurisdiction here, like all of that is completely undone by the fact that the ICC has issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is also a democratically elected leader in a country outside the jurisdiction. Russia is not an ICC signatory nation. You know, I wish they would put some effort into making the lies more convincing because it's very condescending. It's like I feel like I'm being talked down to, like a parent talking to a 4-year-old about why they can't, like, or like, you know, they're like, hey, we have to go do something at 3 p.m. today, and you're like, hey, is it a dentist visit? Because I really don't want to go to the dentist. They're like, no, we're going to ice cream, and it's like, just be honest with me. Come on, Benjamin Link. Here's a more comprehensive map of recognition of Palestine in Europe. You're 100% right. It's the old Iron Curtain borders. God damn. That is crazy. And now this is outdated. We finally have, so we now have like recognition that has crossed the Iron Curtain, right? In the form of, well, I mean, Norway, where Sweden wasn't in the before, but you know, like all the way over here in Western Europe with Ireland and Spain. We're not playing League of Legends. That's crazy, 2D Siggy. You know what you're doing right now? Wait, 2D Siggy has something to add to chat. Vosh, why do you trust Benjamin to link anything when he links 99% drama frogging shit? 2D Siggy, has it occurred to you that you are drama frogging right now? Did you know that? Have you thought of it that way? Yes, but I hate the rich. Ooh! A parry from 2D Siggy coming out there. That is true. How many times have you gone out to bat for Apple? Hmm? The good counter-argument. Why are you being so sarcastic, aggressive tonight, lol? First of all, it's the morning, okay? There's one time zone, it's the one that I'm in. That's the stream time zone. You're in America, speak English, okay? Second of all, this is how we roll now, okay? I go outside, I touch grass for 1 week, and then I realize, wow, you guys are really fucking annoying sometimes. And I'm right. This is the new uncucked arc, okay? Living free. All right, we're drinking raw milk on this stream. It was in this video. Okay, Benjamin, I defended you a second ago. But what am I looking at right now? People think it was Lindsey Graham. It was an interview you watched with him, but cut away. This isn't an interview. This is an article from theguardian.com. Yes, they quote it there. You're right, they do. The result, almost inevitably, was that it became regarded, in the reported words of one elected official to the chief prosecutor, as, quote, built for Africa and thugs like Putin. Oh, they're even acknowledging the Putin thing. That is true, though. Like, you know, the ICC should only be allowed to do stuff when it's going after black people and, like, enemies of the United States. I think that fully that is... I mean, this is like the shithole countries argument, but applied to international politics in like a formalistic sense, where it's like the ICC's job is to target random African warlords and other people who are irrelevant to the broader machinations of American hegemony. Once you start interfering with our plans, you know, you can fuck off. Nearly smeared by chat because Vosh can't read. That's true, Benjamin. That's true. I can't read. You should have remembered that, by the way, and said beginning of the second paragraph. So that's a little bit on you. Lindsey Graham warns that the U.S. could face war crime charges. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This is good.
Together, we'll find a way to register our displeasure with the ICC, because if they'll do this to Israel, we're next. This group tried to come after our soldiers. Yeah, you can clap all you want to.
Yeah, everyone in attendance is like, please, yes, we have many war criminals that we would love arrested. Your terms are acceptable.
They tried to come after our soldiers in Afghanistan, but reason prevailed. So at the end of
They tried to come after our soldiers in Afghanistan, but reason prevailed.
Today here, what I hope to happen is that we level sanctions against the ICC for this outrage to not only help our friends in Israel, but protect ourselves over time. Mr. Secretary, your statement yesterday was excellent. The president's statement was excellent. Senator Schumer's statement on the floor.
That's what I'd love to see from Joe Biden, by the way. That gets me really gassed up for the re-election. For Senator Lindsey Graham to say that his comment on any issue was excellent, you know? The only thing, if Senator Lindsey Graham says, man, Joe Biden really knocked it out of the park with that one, and the statement was Joe Biden saying that water is good to drink and the sky is blue, I would still feel very suspect about that. I wouldn't like that at all. For it to be on a matter of genuine, like, foreign import, I don't like that at all. I don't like that one bit, you know? This really does tie back into my theory, genuinely, that, like, as bad as Donald Trump would be in every conceivable way, he might actually just luck into having been better on the Israel-Palestine issue itself. Because I don't know what Biden could do worse. Like, within the realm of reason. Like, you could joke and say, like, oh, well, he could nuke it. I don't think that's going to happen. Netanyahu has gotten to do whatever the fuck he wants. And Trump is incompetent enough that at least if Trump was doing all of this, liberals would reflexively dislike it, you know? The stupid in this household we treat everyone equally hogs would see Trump and Netanyahu openly engaging in like at the very least an ethnic cleansing, and they would be like, oh well, that's bad, you know, I support Israel but I don't support this barbarism or whatever. But because Joe Biden is here to, you know, whitewash the entire thing, we have to see about 100 million Americans get just by default, you know, pulled into that position. We need to orange man bad our way out of this. You know, that was the timeline. It's bad. It's so bad. Yeah, but this way more liberals are getting disillusioned to being further left. Well, a fat lot of that's going to be when it's Biden versus Trump in 2024. We'll see how much of that like 100 million AIPAC has to dump against people like Jamal Bowman, who we're going to help with, by the way. We're going to see how much like effect all that sentiment ends up having. Whatever. I mean, the Trump-Biden debate might change people's view. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. The Trump-Biden debate might change things, and that one or both of them might like die. You know, you do realize that an hour of uninterrupted speaking in an antagonistic environment from Joe Biden might genuinely kill the man, right? Like, I'm not doing a bit here. There's a reason why Joe Biden's "I challenge you to a debate" video had to be cut 5 times. The man cannot speak. He's falling apart worse than Donald Trump. Donald Trump at least has decades of experience being a like showman and TV host. Maybe he's being puppeted by that like legacy a little bit. Like he's not even thinking about what he's saying. He's just kind of, you know, projecting forward the Riz. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Trump is more stimulants. That's the difference. Trump has a higher drug resistance. That's the real winning case, because both of them need the adrenochrome. They both need the, like, you know, stash of adrenaline that they excavated from the mines deep beneath Epstein's Island. But Biden can only handle a little bit, and Donald Trump is fat and has much higher drug resistance. So he can go up to the guilt, like he can just fully dose on that, you know? Trump invested in electrochemistry. Yeah, he did. He is winning those roles. He is hitting the double sixes on every time. All right, we need to we're doing a new segment now, okay? We need to reset the vibes. We need to reset the vibes. UK election segment. On who gives a fuck, dude? The polling right now is like 79% Labor, 1% Conservative, the rest mixed. Who gives a fuck? Everyone knows what the outcome's going to be, and there's nothing to be excited about. Like, there's no, it's, yeah. As a Brit, I give several fucks. What, you know what the outcome's going to be. That's good, Benjamin. Do you want to do a debate bingo for the upcoming debate, by the way? No, I don't feel like adding like an extra veneer of comedy on. I think I can add enough on my own. I don't need the crutch. I don't need to like bring props to my debate coverage. What the fuck is it with Twitter leftists hating femboys and gays? Oh, I was thinking of commenting on this drama, and I'm not even going to, okay? Please, guys, if you're ever looking online at drama, especially like people being weird about guys, you need to ask yourselves, like, first thing, am I about to get upset at the opinions of an 18-year-old lesbian who self-harms and has an eating disorder? And if the answer to that question is yes, don't. She has it worse than you. Don't, okay? Like, we're talking in the grand scheme of where harm and hurt comes from. You know, like, this is not something you have to be. Like, you do not have to endure a Mean Girls routine from somebody who was not alive when Mean Girls came out. You don't have to do that. You can just choose not to care. There was some person who meets the exact description I provided who was going through a thread of femboys and skirts and said, like, men are so ugly. All of these feminine presenting men are pedophiles or something. And again, like, this is just hatred projected out of self-hatred. Like there's nothing substantive here. It's mental illness. You don't need to you don't need to engage with it like it's a serious political force, you know? The femcel like reflexive misandry and the way it ties into queerphobia. Like there's stuff to engage with there. There's stuff to analyze. I'm not saying it should be ignored or you should be ridiculed for thinking that it's an issue, because it is an issue. Again, just like, don't let yourself get upset by people who are so fragile that their like very existence teeters on how they handle things on social media that day. You know, you, my dear chatter, can leave Twitter and go outside and touch grass. They will be like kept up till 4 a.m. with intrusive self-harm thoughts if they have a bad day on Twitter. You don't need to, you understand what I'm saying here? You don't need to lower yourself to this. Instead of touching grass, people should donate to Vosh, equally effective. That's true. That does also help with the mental. I don't think making jokes about self-harm is good. Wow, Seinfeld was right. You really can't make comedy in this era, you know? The woke will try to cancel you if you try to make any comedy at all. Majority Report did a big segment on Seinfeld being a pedophile. Yeah. Did anyone see the YMS video going over that Pop-Tarts thing? It really is fucking crazy how unfunny Seinfeld is, you know? Like, Ricky Gervais comes across like a comedic mastermind when compared to Seinfeld. It's genuinely, like, I think you should be suspicious of any guy whose comedy, like, hit masterpiece has his name on it, because that sounds to me like more of a branding exercise than a reflection of their investment in the product and show. You know what I mean? Like, Seinfeld is called Seinfeld, not because Seinfeld was, like, repping the comedy there. You know, he wasn't out there writing all the jokes or delivering the energy. It's called Seinfeld because he's Seinfeld. Like, that's how the name is, you know? Okay, but that's just how some comedians do. And a lot of comedians are really unfunny. A comedian is a difficult job because by default, referring to yourself as somebody who's going to make you laugh as a comedian is like the least funny thing in the world. There's nothing more innately off-putting and presumptuous and difficult to like than somebody who's literally like, yeah, my job is to make you laugh. I feel really bad for court jesters, you know, because the burden on them, the expectations as they walked out there, that's got to be rough. So by default, I think comedians are actually the least funny people alive. The funniest people are the people who aren't even trying to make jokes. The funniest people are the people who have no fucking idea about the gems they're dropping. You know, there are comedians who go up there, like stand-up comedians, and deliver a solid like 90 minutes of coal. You know, they just bring like pockets full of coal and spaghetti, and they just drop it everywhere. And you just know a guy who you work with who has never purposefully told a joke in the entire time that you've known him, but every once in a while will just say the funniest shit in the world that you reflect on later in the day. That's what life is like. I don't respect comedians, even though arguably that is 90% of my job, because, you know, people don't want to watch politics on their own. I know you guys, you're attention-starved, mentally ill, ADHD-ridden Zoomers. You know, you wouldn't go out there and just read the newspaper. You need a heaping handful of sugar to take the medicine with. So a lot of my job is the funny. The easy part of my job is reading the news headlines. The hard part is making you care about it. So I understand to an extent, but if I called myself like, yeah, I'm Vosh, the comedian politics YouTuber, you would all want me put down like a rabid dog, wouldn't you? This is exactly what Jimmy Dore does that makes him so cringe. Jimmy Dore does the comedian bit. His logo is him with like the mic, right? And he's got like the neon thing behind it. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm a comedian, and he's the least funny man alive. He would be funnier if he was just like, yeah, I'm a serious comedy guy. This is what makes Sam Cedar so funny. Totally self-serious, doesn't present as a comedian, absolutely hysterical, you know? What about Jon Stewart? Well, Jon Stewart is aided in this particular dynamic by virtue of him being really fucking funny. So you can overcome this pattern just by being really fucking funny. You can be a comedian and be loved. You just have to be really, really funny. Like it's not easy. You just have to be, simply become a generational national treasure, you know? Yeah, thank you for asking me to offer my opinion on every comedian to have ever lived. I reject I know you all like to fill out your info sheets on me, my blood type, my height, my weight, how do I feel about everything that's ever happened. You're just going to have to imagine, you're just going to have to form your own opinions and all that. Vosh, validate my preferences. I am just asking for you guys to have a little bit of self-esteem. That's all I'm asking for, okay? Closing Excel, damn it, Vosh. Yeah, I got you. I got you early with that one. Do you think the B movie was funny? I actually think that the B movie meme has gaslit people into thinking the movie was funny. That movie is ass. That is a shit movie. It's genuinely like very weird and unfunny. And honestly, the memes about it, very ass as well. What is the meme about the B movie? What is the B movie meme? The script? Okay. Wow, comedy gold. That's like, what is even the joke there? We put the entire B movie script times 1 million speed, and every second of this video it plays 8 times, and okay. Hysterical. I'm laughing. I'm busting a gut. It's not a funny movie, and the jokes about it aren't funny. The only thing to come from it that's funny is when people use the React gif of that fat Southern lawyer, that genteel lawyer, rolling around in the courtroom as like white people when there's a black guy in a video game or something. That's the only comedy that's come from it, and that's not even from the movie, really. That's just like, okay, we're going to use this in a different context. You may be a bit too young for it, TBH. I mean, in the sense that, like, I'm young and my brain hasn't rotted and I don't have dementia and the, like, senility that would be necessary to find that movie funny. It's true, but, like, maybe I'm too young to find it funny because my brain's still gassed up and, like, it's like I'm a race car, you know, and you've got an old jalopy of a brain. And to you, like, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen. No, it's like an elder millennial thing. Fuck, I hate that term. Where we all thought it was the dumbest thing, so we fell in love with how stupid it was. Yeah, and isn't that millennials? Isn't that us, huh? Because I'm a millennial, just barely. Isn't that millennials? Wow, this thing is stupid and shit. Let me pseudo-ironically develop a personality around it, you know? Let me, like, wow, this thing is corny. I love that. That's great. You're an elder Zoomer in my eyes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Doggo people? Yeah. I mean, I say, like, fat fucking cat. I don't know. I don't say, like, chunko. I say chunky, like Artemis a chunky cat. I don't say heckin' chonker. Bingus? I think Bingus is like late, no, like older Zoomer thing, right? Chungus? Oh, now you're just saying shit. What the fuck does Chungus have to do with millennials? That's not the big Chungus thing. That was like what, 4 or 5 years ago that it came. Like the Zoomers were a dominant force in online political and mimetic discourse by then. You know, it's not like that's just a millennial thing. Past a point, like all of this kind of blurs together generationally because everyone uses the same social media sites anyway. It's not like Gen Alpha people are going to be using a different Twitter than Gen Z people or millennials. The tire blister in my brain is growing. Yeah, I can feel the wheel expanding, getting retracked. Court jester in 14th century France got away with spanking the king once. Triboulet could not contain himself and slapped the monarch on the bum. The monarch lost his temper and threatened to execute Triboulet. A little later, the monarch calmed down and promised to forgive Triboulet if he could think of an apology more insulting than the offending deed. A few seconds later, Triboulet responded, "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't recognize you. I mistook you for the queen." That's probably not true, but that's a good bit anyway. I like that. The unfortunate thing, I don't know how much of Jester's privilege is real, because you have to remember that most European monarchs aren't like wizened masters of state, but are rather inbred fuckwits with very, very big egos and short tempers. So I don't know how much of that is real, but it's a good thing to aspire to. I think that Joffrey is probably a closer representation of your average nobility than most that you would see in media. Like, these people are lunatics, and it was mostly like their court, you know, that were doing the administrative work. A lot of jesters were actually neurodivergent. All funny people are neurodivergent. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Oh, yo! And they say good things can't happen in this country anymore. You know, they say they're not making, because of woke, they're not making good stuff happen in this country anymore. For one of the most damning indictments of police effectiveness in all of human history, Uvalde school shooting victims' families announced $2 million settlement with Texas City and new lawsuits. $2 million! That's so much money, dude! Yeah! That's like thousands of Xboxes. Oh, chat doesn't pick up on the sarcasm. Oh no, they don't. Oh, they don't get it at all. 2 million is nothing. 2 million is nothing. That was all a joke. I don't know how much you guys were picking up on that. This is like an insult. I was being more sarcastic. Okay, I get to do that. I don't know if you get to, though.
Now to Uvalde, Texas. Families of victims of the Robb Elementary school shooting are making an announcement on what is some 2 years since that deadly incident. Let's listen.
Who had not heard from their children, wondering, praying, hoping that they would be reunited. These families standing here, they were the last families.
Uvalde was 2 years ago. It doesn't feel that way because we've been like thinking about it since then, because it was kind of just so bad that it's like you're going to be 80 years old and you're going to think like, oh, wow, I swear Uvalde happened yesterday, because you're going to think about it every day of your life for the rest of your life. So it always feels like it just happened. Yeah, for some people that was Sandy Hook, you know?
Standing nearly 2 years ago, and that's why they're standing again here. And consider the bravery of even coming to this place.
I regret ever looking at the coverage. Was legit traumatizing. You didn't like the CCTV footage that with the text in the top left corner that said "screams of children edited out," because otherwise it would have been like a constant wailing drone. And then you see these cops on their phones are like using hand sanitizer, and it's like, oh right, they can hear that. Like, they heard all of that while they were there. The police were determined to protect the hand sanitizers. Yeah, no, they locked that shit down. They got it secured. Was Uvalde the one with the cop with the Punisher thin blue line wallpaper? Yeah. The one where the guy answered, I think it was a call from his wife, or I don't remember. There was some story to that specific call, but yeah, he had the thin blue line Punisher phone wallpaper, which was just perfect. Uvalde was performance theater. You know, big props to the police, the children, the shooter, everyone, for sort of like through theater constructing the greatest condemnation of American policing that has ever been constructed. You know, nothing else has ever been so like viscerally hateable. No, like nothing else has even come close. Honestly, it like, I don't know. it would have been considered heavy-handed if it was written. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been.
Mass shootings are a very destructive thing. They destroy families. They destroy communities. They divide communities. They pit people against each other. But there's one thing that mass shootings create. Mass shootings create anniversaries.
Okay.
Mass shootings create anniversaries that are in themselves destructive. April 20th is an anniversary for parents and loved ones of the Columbine shooting.
And a few
April
others.
16th for the Virginia Tech shooting.
I don't know if this is the angle I would
July
have gone.
20th, there's a new anniversary. The Aurora shooting.
Bro, what is this guy cooking? And there's like black smoke pouring out of the door frame that leads into the kitchen. You hear a fire alarm go off. The firefighters all arrive into the living room but refuse to go further in. One of them starts looking at their phone and starts. Fuck. Okay.
12/14/12, an anniversary I know very well. Happened in my home state of Connecticut, the Sandy Hook shooting. A new anniversary. June 12th, Pulse, and the families and friends of those people.
We're just going to list all the.
October 1st.
I swear to God, I thought he was going to say October 7th for a second. I know he's listing all these American shootings. I thought for a it's been so much in the discourse. I swear to fucking God, I thought I was going to lose my shit. He still might. If he's going by date, like we're on October 1st, that would be the next one. If he wanted to slide that in, it would be now. Please don't.
All those people killed in the Vegas shooting.
Oh, thank God. I mean, wait, not for the Vegas shooting, just to be clear. I meant that he didn't say October 7th. The Vegas shooting was bad. That's my opinion on it.
And injured who have to remember every year an anniversary they never wanted to celebrate. Santa Fe, May 18th.
He's still... Okay.
El Paso, August 3rd. Buffalo, May 14th. Highland Park, July 4th. Colorado Springs, November 19th. Uvalde, May 24th. You can say a lot of things about the law enforcement response in this case.
Yeah.
And very few of them will be good. But one thing you can't say is that they caused this shooting.
I mean, if that's the bar you want to settle with, like, yeah, the cops' reaction was a national disgrace that was mocked and continues to be mocked to this day, but they weren't the ones who shot the kids. That is true, you know? Like, hey, look, okay? There's a lot of bad stuff you can say about the Uvalde cops and their response. But one thing you can't say is that they were at Auschwitz in World War II. You can't say that because they're not old enough. I guess that's true. I will give that to them. I don't know if that's the bar we should be setting, though.
You cannot say they caused this shooting. What is enabling?
By the way, I probably should have checked. Who is talking right now? Is this one of the? Is this the lawyer? Who is the person speaking here? I thought it would say on the bottom crawl here. I've been waiting for it. Did I miss it?
These school shooters, or any shooter, what is happening These were the last lines of defense for these children, but they were failed long before the shooting. They're failed. We're failing children.
What? What? What?
Let me just mention.
Are you recognizing that you are yapping? What is happening? What is he talking about? We're talking about a settlement following the behavior of the police. What are you talking about? Dude failed to write the book report. Yeah, dude read the Spark Notes and is getting asked specific questions about the book from the teacher. Dude is up here sweating more than any human has sweated in his entire life. He is a good example of somebody who should be wearing antiperspirant. Bro realizing they don't let you bring ChatGPT to the in-class test.
Some things about the law enforcement response. It was massive, and it was fairly quick. Within minutes, there were upwards of 100 cops there, or basic cops, law enforcement officers of many different stripes. The city of Uvalde was there. The county was there. The Department of Homeland Security was there. The Border Patrol was there. The state of...
Found this guy? Oh, you didn't just find this guy. You found this guy's, like, practice. Okay, well, so he's an attorney. He looks like one, I guess. He certainly doesn't look like a cop. So I assume he was with prosecution, right? Or no, sorry, it's not prosecution for a civil case. It's, how am I blanking on this? You have defense and you have the plaintiff, yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I was blanking on that. I don't know. I assume he's with the plaintiff, right? Yeah, he was with the plaintiff. Okay, yeah, because it wouldn't make sense for the defense's attorney to be speaking like this. I don't know why. I mean, it doesn't make sense for anyone to be speaking like this. This speech has to be part of the deal they struck. Yeah, we'll give you $2 million, but in response, you have to waffle like no one has ever waffled before on TV.
Texas was there. DPS was there. Marshals were there. DEA agents were there. Literally, if you can name an agency with a law enforcement, they were there.
He is a medical malpractice personal injury lawyer. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit more bad for the guy because he's kind of out of his depth, right? This isn't some like high profile lawyer who came in on this. This is they hired by the plaintiff. Like, this is not normally the level of case this guy deals with. This might be the first like national news TV statement he's ever had to make. It almost certainly is, actually. It makes me feel a little bit more bad for him, I guess. It's still pretty weird.
And at the end of the day, there were 376 law enforcements there.
God, that's fucking wild.
And what was this battle that they were fighting in this elementary school? It must have been a massive adversary of great numbers and great strength.
He is so nervous.
But it wasn't. It was a kid. It was an adolescent. An adolescent who was a small, growing adolescent. If he weighed 140 pounds soaking wet.
He knows what he's doing is wrong. He's not doing anything wrong, like, morally. I don't know why we're doing the soaking wet bit when talking about a school shooter. He's not doing anything wrong morally. He's with the plaintiffs. I mean, he's just nervously waffling.
I'd be surprised. 376 at the end of the day to 1. 376 to 1. On paper, it should have been no contest. So what happened? But for 77 minutes, how did this kid hold back 376 heavily armed, trained law enforcement agents? Maybe it just turns out that if a kid has a military weapon, the AR-15, and get access to it easily, maybe it's just not that simple to stop a kid like that.
It's not a military weapon. It's not. No, it's not.
Of course, they didn't give themselves a chance, these 376 officers. And by the way, let's be clear.
It's the assault. Yeah, it's the assault rifle 15. It's the Army Rifle 15. So named because every time you pull the trigger, you kill 15 men right in front of you. Honestly, a miracle those cops didn't go in. They all would have been killed.
Of the 376 officers, not all of them failed to do their job, okay? And there was a collective failure here. Consider that no disciplinary action has been taken, none, against any of these 376 officers.
Okay.
Think about that. One way of looking at that is
I'm thinking about it.
cover up, right? And there's a lot of that going around. Have you noticed that everybody that talks about this from the government, what state or government, blames everybody else, right?
They really just let this man have a microphone, and that's crazy to me. This is the American spirit, you know? No matter where you are mentally, you can just go on national TV, right? We can all make it. Did he plan this speech? Probably not. I doubt he has a teleprompter. You know, he's just with the plaintiff. He's not like head of police or anything.
The federal government came in here and they did a extensive investigation. But did they discipline any of their officers? Did they fire any of their officers? They laid blame at the feet of local law enforcement. And let's face it, there's plenty of blame to go around. The state of Texas, what have they done? A lot of talk, a lot of blame. What has the state of Texas done other than prevent these families from getting the information that they so deserve?
What's weird is he hasn't actually like impugned the officers. Did they threaten him? Like he says a lot of like waffling back and forth stuff. He hasn't said like the cops were irresponsible or the police were negligent in their responsibility to the students. I mean, he would have had to make that case in the courtroom, right?
And in terms of the state of Texas, isn't it something that you could demand for school safety drills and provide almost no financial or other resources to local agencies like Uvalde? Do you think the city of Uvalde has enough money or...
So now now the argument we're making is that the Uvalde Police Department didn't have enough money to confront this when they had like 300 guys out there and they didn't do anything. What fucking point are you talking? Yeah, that's the solution to the Uvalde shooting. We need to give the Uvalde cops more money. That's the problem. That's the thing we're missing, you know? That tire blister is growing again. Yeah, I can every time I inhale, I can fucking feel the microparticles of the Ford F-150s that drive outside of my house. Their tires going directly into my lungs. Where they'll enter my bloodstream and collect in my brain, putting pressure on it. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it.
Training or resources. Do you think they can hire the best of the best?
Bro, you had federal police there. You did have, by our standards, the best of the best there. You had, like, every department there. You just said this. You said this. It's clearly not a training issue. Guys, the problem with Uvalde is that cops are also wafflers, you know? Cops prioritize their safety above everyone else's, and this is not like a cynical lefty take. This is literally how they operate. This is why so many people get shot by American cops. Because if cops perceive any threat to themselves, they will do anything to put that threat down, and usually the easiest way to do that is to shoot it. But a kid with a gun, that's scary. There's no way to 100% guaranteed subdue somebody with an AR-15 without putting yourself at risk, even if you've got 300 men, all of whom are armored and armed fully, you know? Yeah, exactly. So if 150 Border Patrol people... Look, the main issues with Uvalde are as follows. For one, if you have too many people there, you have a kind of chain of command issue. It's more difficult to coordinate that many people. How do you go? How do you decide to go? You know, everyone's too busy talking to everyone else. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll engage in an action to disarm the shooter, but first we need to coordinate between these 18 departments. We need everyone to, like, sign off on the plan. Oh, this person's got a concern. Can we talk about this? Let's action this, you know? It fucks up the chain of command. It makes everything take too long. Second big issue, cops are cowards. Cops protect their own well-being at the, you know, ahead of everyone else's. And as a consequence of that, they factor in these decision-making strategies don't really, like, they don't take the oorah approach. You know, meanwhile, firefighters will charge into a burning building. Yet firefighters are trained to be selfless and cops are trained to be selfish. Cops are trained to... you know, as long as you make it out at the end of the day and you get back home to your wife so you can beat her, that's a successful day. That's the cop, like, manifesto. Number one, if you make it out of there, and hey, all the Uvalde cops made it out of there, didn't they? They all made it out. Meanwhile, the firefighters were all, like, you know, gassing each other up on their willingness to cannonball directly into the fourth-story window of a building that's been burning for 8 minutes. It's a different culture. And I'm not saying firefighters don't have their issues. They do. You know, there's a lot of chuds there too. It's just like, we already have a emergency response team that on the whole has a way better attitude towards, like, with regards to selflessness. I don't know what this guy's going on about. Whatever he's saying, I agree. $1 billion more to Uvalde cops.
A somber press conference there as we listen to...
That wasn't somber. That was just really dumb. Close it out.
Josh Koskov, who was a lawyer representing families of victims from the Robb Elementary School shooting.
Thank you for telling us that 8 minutes and 27 seconds into the video. That probably would have been good information to include in the snippet you put on the website at the beginning.
And essentially, he's announcing a settlement with the city and county of Uvalde, Texas.
Yeah, he didn't say that in the video. The video didn't contain any useful information.
Who will now each pay $2 million to those families. They were also announcing a new lawsuit against state law enforcement officers and the school district. We heard him there mention that as far as he is concerned, there's been no...
$2 million split across 19 families. If you assume every family has 2 parents, 2 adults to take the money, that's 38 people. 2 million divided by 38 people is what? 95K, about 100K per. All right, you know, your kid's dead or injured or whatever. Here's 95. Here's, what is that? That's enough for a Cybertruck. They're on back order. What is that? 95. It's 2 million individually? No. Unless they're phrasing this incorrectly. No, it's just 2 million. Announced Wednesday they have settled a lawsuit with the city for 2 million. Just 2 million, not 2 million each. He said, did he say each? Because multiple times I have not seen an each. The guy said each. I don't know if I trust the guy. Hold on. Uvalde, 2 million. Because I've been reading the article. They've reached a settlement. Are they not going to say what the settlement is here? The city will pay out a total of $2 million to the families from its insurance coverage, saying pursuing more money could have plunged the city into bankruptcy. Okay. Am I wrong on this? Because normally when you do settlements, the way it's phrased is you have the lump sum that's listed and then it's split across the people. Remember Alex Jones? With Alex Jones, they were like, yeah, the settlement is 50 trillion or whatever. And then you do the math on splitting it amidst the people. I'm pretty sure it's just 2 million split. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but that's what I'm reading. What happens if a city goes bankrupt anyway? Kind of complicated. It varies. It varies. I mean, the city seems to have money to pay the Uvalde Police Department. What is the Uvalde Police budget? Factcheck.org. For the fiscal year ending in September of 2022, spending on police is expected to account for 37% of general fund expenditures in the city of Uvalde, Texas. And how much is that? $4.39 million of the $11.5 million in general fund expenditures on police and animal control. Okay, so $4.39 million annual on police and animal control. Tiny little town. Every city pays around 25 to 40% on cops, yeah. And that spending on police does not include about $435,000 in budgeted security spending by the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, which, as Jayapal said, has its own separate police force of about 6 officers. Wow.
Breaking news, the families of the 19 victims in the Uvalde school shooting just announced a $2 million settlement.
Are a large chunk of cops racist where you live? If by where you live you mean the country I live in, and the country I live in is America, then yes, where I live, a large chunk of the cops are racist. Yes, that is true.
With the city of Uvalde, that's ahead of the upcoming second year of the deadliest school shooting in U.S. history. That attack at Robb Elementary School on May 24th, 2022, it killed 19 fourth graders.
School cops are such a waste of money. How can you say that, man? Without school cops, how would we get juvenile records for kids who have like a tantrum in 7th grade or something, you know? Like before, the way it would be done for like all of human history would be the teachers would recognize that the kids are kids and it'd be like, okay, calm down, like settle down, you're going to get suspended for a week or whatever. But now, you know, a cop can book them and potentially injure them. Like if it wasn't for school resource officers.
And 2 teachers when the teenage gunman burst into their classroom and began shooting.
Yeah, I know.
CNN Shimon Prokupecz recently spoke with mothers of several of the children who survived, plus one of the children. We want to warn you, what you're about to hear is graphic and difficult to hear.
He said he just saw the shooter come to the door and tell his teacher goodnight and shot her. And then he just announced, "Are y'all all ready to die?" And just went crazy.
For Cassandra Chavez, Azeneth Rodriguez, and Jessica Arona, mothers of children who survived the Robb Elementary shooting, life will never be the same.
You know, what they endured those whole 77 minutes, they shouldn't have.
Teeth scattered on the floor, pools of blood so thick to a child it looked like red jello. These moms see the pain of that day live on through the eyes of their sons.
One of the little girls that he
No, but
was weighing.
seriously, how many elementary school shootings before we do something? We're never going to do anything. When Sandy Hook happened and then nothing happened, that was it. We're never going to do anything. Sandy Hook was the big test. You know, that was the most like obvious, straightforward, and nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah, that was the line, and we just rolled right past it. We don't take bullying as a serious issue. Yeah, and we shouldn't. You know, bullying's good. No, I'm kidding. That's not what's it. First of all, the Uvalde shooter wasn't being bullied by elementary schoolers. He went back there because he was a sicko piece of shit who wanted to kill weaker people. You know, the Columbine shooters were popular. That narrative that it's like, well, people get bullied into doing the shooter. That's not... I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm sure it does. But I don't think that's really the descriptive. Let's be real here, okay? The main issue, like if we really want to be real, if we really want to go down the list and follow the lights, right, is men. It is. If we're talking about like propensity for violence, like lashing out, you know, like let's be real here, okay? I don't even need to argue this. Has a bear ever shot up a school? No, thank you. One of the big tendencies as well is no, men are not inherently violent. It's not an inherent thing. It's a socialization thing, though bears are inherently friends. So, you know, an uneven skew there. but a big predictor here is sadistic behavior towards women and animals. You know, basically people you feel are weaker than you, or people you feel like entitlement towards. Like these are like very strong indicators for mass shootings, or any kind of like antisocial behavior in general. I mean, there are things you can do about this. I just yeah. The Columbine guys were both racists, anti-Semites, basically neo-Nazis. Well, there's plenty of that too. They're more disposed towards violence. You know, the Buffalo shooting. Fucking, who's that guy who shot at the college? He was the incel who killed the women. Who was the? Come on, he was the meme guy. He was like, I'm ugly in the Elliot Rodger, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Not all of them become celebrities for being monsters, but there's a lot of that. I kind of wish Elliot Rodger had lived, just because I feel like he would have been kind of a shooter lolcow. Like, everyone would have wanted to study the guy, and he would have made a lot of behavior really cringe. That's one of the big things. I always want these guys caught alive, because one of the big consistent tendencies with these mass shooters, especially the school shooters, is these guys are really cringe. They're kind of like massive failures. And I want their inevitably racist, sexist, whatever, incel tendencies to be like put on blast for that. You know what I mean? Like, them being embarrassing is a deterrent in a way. I find it frustrating you deflect away from guns a component. Man, if you want to go fucking Kirby suck up the 3 billion guns in this country, go for it. Guns are here to stay. It's just a fact of life. People get mad at me when I say that, and that's because you're Euroids, or you live in like a dense city core and you've never seen a gun. Sorry, like, you're delusional. You might as well think, oh man, microplastics? Like, what if we just got rid of the microplastics? You have to live with the microplastics now, you know? Like, those are staying. You can hope for a future where the microplastics aren't here, and I do. I don't want microplastics in my balls. I want my balls to be full of piss and cum, like God intended them to be. But if you're like, yeah, man, I don't like that you're not like listing guns as an issue. Well, yeah, if guns didn't exist, you couldn't do shootings, obviously. But it's that, you know, that's like saying like ah, man, if only, you know, if only guns could be gotten rid of as effectively as we did leaded gasoline, you know, like just a policy you could pass. That'd be nice. In the US, you're probably less than a quarter mile away from a gun at any given moment. Yeah, I'm less than like 10 feet away from several. What are your take on like red flag laws? There are videos in this. You can go look in it. It's all been discussed. Didn't Australia literally do that? Australia has nowhere near as many guns as us, and they did a big buyback, and it wasn't even that effective. It's not comparable. There's not a country on earth that's comparable to America when it comes to gun ownership. Not even close. Not even a little bit close. Yeah, there are more guns than people in the USA. Somalia, Pakistan, maybe? No. No, there is no country that has more guns than us. I mean, you can make comparisons if you want, but you're comparing downward. It's America. Was that racist? I'm racist against countries that have less guns than us, so that would make me racist against every country. Look, for right now, we have the guns, and they're not going anywhere. I think we need to be better about identify. You know how people say this is a mental health issue? They're right. The problem is they say that, and then nothing gets done about it. You know, I think that when you look at mass shootings or school shootings, these people are almost always on some kind of like watch list beforehand. Like, almost always the cops are in on them, or like the like teachers are like, hey, this kid's kind of fucked up, we should do something. Like, all like this is kind of like a red flag law situation where I think we need to be better about identifying the characteristics that are heavily correlated to being a fucking psychopath, and we need to act on them a little bit more effectively, you know? That's one of the reasons why I'm excited about the conviction of those two dipshit parents who let their kid do the big shooting. Remember? I forget the name. It was like 4 years ago or whatever. The kid did the big shooting, and all the teachers were like, hey, two parents, this kid is insane and a threat. And meanwhile, the parents are like, hey, you love your gun, don't you, kid? Haha. Don't forget to get more ammunition. Don't get caught. Blah blah. And then they got convicted for sort of enabling the murders as well. And like, fuck yeah, dude, absolutely. It's your responsibility as a parent to not raise a little psychopath murderer. And you failed badly. Yeah, Vermin, it's insane. A lot of it is a social responsibility thing. We're very alienated in the USA. We don't think about other people. Yeah, here you go. Estimated number of civilian guns per capita per country. And right up here on top, with 120.5 firearms per 100, double the next runner-up, which is the Falkland Islands, which doesn't count because the population is 3,000, and all of them are like, crazy prepper types. And then Yemen has less than half the guns per capita. Not even close, baby. Not even close, baby. And a lot of these shouldn't even count, I mean, like, with Canada and Finland, I know for a fact a lot of this is like farmers having shotguns. Christmas Island is safe, guys. You want to go to Christmas Island? You want to live safely? Over here, Christmas Island. Holy See, whatever that's all about. Indonesia. Surprising. It's a big country. Holy See is the Vatican? Is that the name of the country, the Holy See? I thought it would just be is the Vatican like the name of the religious authority, but the Holy See is like the name of the country. It's the name of the chair. Ah, cool. We love our technicalities. Taiwan. Taiwan. We're going to need to boost these numbers, okay? You've got China bearing down on you. We cannot have 10,000 civilian firearms on your whole fucking island, okay? South Korea is less than North Korea. South Korea is very strict on laws. So does Japan. American Samoa. There you go. That's the America you can go to be free of guns. All right. Let's finish this heartbreaking, horrendous video and then move on to another topic before we depress the people watching too much.
All he could hear was her gurgling because she was trying to breathe, but she couldn't because, she was shot, and you could just hear her, choking pretty much.
He told you that?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing
that they could do.
Witnesses to one of the country's worst school shootings and victims of a failed police response.
I'm sorry, one second. This sentiment really bothers me. Sam Jewell, Vosh makes it all sound so easy. I didn't say anything was so easy. Everyone is on a spectrum. Anyone can do anything if shit aligns the bad way. This is such a reductive way of thinking about like the social and environmental like factors that lead to a mass shooting. Like, oh, anything can do anyone can do whatever if stuff happens. Getting rid of guns is the only way to make people safer. But hey, the USA is going Mad Max anyway, partly due to idiots. Okay, gonna be honest with you, Sam Jewell. I think you're kind of a fucking idiot a little bit. And I think you're doing the like, haha, America bad. First of all, like, you are engaging in a level of socio-political analysis that is fundamentally indistinct to like conservatives laughing at like black culture when you look at like mass shootings in those communities or whatever. You're essentially just like, oh man, like, you have too many guns. Fuck sociology, whatever, like you should get rid of the guy. You're doing like a low IQ, the culture is bad argument. And like fundamentally, I kind of am making a culture is bad argument, but I'm structuring it. I'm talking about specific things that can be done. Meanwhile, you're like, hey, Vosh, you make it all sound so easy. And then you say, with not a hint of irony or self-awareness in your text voice, getting rid of guns is the only way to make people safer. Oh, Sorry for presenting an overly simplistic solution like enriching our mental health facilities at schools, you know. Let's go with your much easier solution, getting rid of 400 million guns from a population that is constitutionally protected in the right to gun ownership. So we're talking about a revocation of a constitutional amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment going away. So good luck getting 3/4 of the states to agree with that. We're talking about like a myriad state laws, the greatest gun buyback that's ever been seen by several orders of magnitude. Come on. And that's just the legally owned guns. It's pretty easy to get a gun here. You know, I don't like your arrogance, frankly. I don't like this. Are you a Canadian, Sam Jewell? Because this sounds a little bit like a Canadian thing to say. You know, someone whose personality is not being American. You're not a Canadian, are you? Their arrogance was like 60% of yours. Yeah, my arrogance of saying we should enrich mental health facilities. See, the difference between you and me, salty internet pirate, is that I recognize arrogance in its substantive form, speaking when you're uninformed, and you only recognize it in its aesthetic form. You see me speaking confidently when I am informed. You can't tell the difference because you are both uninformed and lacking in the confidence to deliver your opinions with the conviction that I do.
For these mothers, guilt, regret, frustration, now the realization that healing will be a long and difficult
Sam Jewell's an American, sadly. A pick-me? Disgusting.
process.
He could be fine 1 minute and then another minute, totally, change of mood.
It's just different.
It's like a switch that kicks on in them, like
Immediately.
and we can be something that we missaid to them, or something drops, or
A smell.
like
We were actually barbecuing the other day, and it's
Oh, I can confidently say your America brain on guns and can't acknowledge the solution because of it. Okay, genuinely, salty internet pirate, I just want a yes or a no. Do you seriously think that it's arrogant to say that we should work on solutions that don't involve getting rid of every gun in America? Like, can you, salty internet pirate, what solutions are you proposing here? Yes? Okay, that's crazy. Well, I'll give you 30 days to work out your position on your own. You can come back, you can write an essay, you can try to convince me when you come back. It's like this every time. You realize that you guys are actually enabling the shit at Uvalde, right? You're low IQ, like arrogant, haha, stupid American. If you tried just getting rid of your guns, like you are contributing to this problem. You are the like ineffective liberal response to this that doesn't fix anything. You know, you are contributing to the unintrospective, unsociological, just those idiot Republicans with their guns. You know, that doesn't fix anything. Maybe it makes you feel smarter than me. You know, maybe it makes you feel good over the graves of the Uvalde children. You know, you get to look at every mass shooting and think, if only those stupid Americans hadn't had their guns. You know, maybe this is like an ego boost for you. That's not what I think. When I see children dying, my first response isn't, how can I use this to elevate my ego and arrogantly, you know, prescribe solutions to a conflict I've thought about for 6 seconds? Like, come on. They're not equally difficult, Angry Chair. You can easily introduce changes like red flag laws, for example, or variants of it in specific environments that would do a better job of identifying potential mass murderers. And that would, in fact, be easier than changing a constitutional amendment. I don't think you guys understand what getting rid of guns would involve. We're not just talking 450 civilian-owned firearms. What about the unregistered firearms? There are hundreds of millions of them. Firearms that just make their way up through the border. Firearms that have had their serial numbers sanded off. And a lot of these firearms are owned by people who would literally kill you before letting you take them. You're going to take all that? It would be a fucking civil war just trying. And no matter how well you did, you still wouldn't be able to get rid of... You'd be lucky to get rid of like a fifth of the guns that are out there. You know? You just don't know. You're not American, or you're some like cosmopolitan urbanite who has never seen a gun in your life. You have no idea. Even 1/5, I think, is an overstatement. If you got rid of 1/5 of the guns in the U.S. through any combination of policies, that would be miraculous, you know? Ineffective and miraculous. But if we could stop, please. Did these chatters not realize America didn't have these rates of mass shootings when fully automatic weapons were legally sold to the public? No, because they just want to feel smarter than Americans. They just want to, you know, they are doing the same thing that conservatives do to black people, where they take like a very complicated issue that's rooted in history and economic disparity and culture, and they go, well, I think that group of people is stupid for not having considered that you can't shoot people if you have no gun, dummy. Thank you for your wisdom, you know? I'm very sorry that, you know, your brilliant high IQ first thing that came to the top of your head solution of what if we just got rid of all the guns doesn't actually pan out in reality. Try again later. On the Australia point, it looks like they actually have more guns now than they did after their huge buyback after the Port Arthur shooting. Yeah, gun buybacks don't actually work. The number of guns per owner in Australia has increased dramatically from 2.1 guns per gun owner in 1997 to 3.9 guns per owner at present. God damn. Still a tiny fraction of the USA. Please make this an upload. I just think it's really, I don't mind people being skeptical because I understand a lot of people don't understand how like rooted America is in the gun thing, you know? You might as well go to like Yemen or something. Like, oh man, there's violence in Yemen. We should take the guns back. Like you're just saying shit. You're just yapping. You have no clue. It's not the curiosity that bothers me. It's the arrogance, because a lot of these people just want to feel smarter than me. Impossible. And smarter than like America as a concept. Very possible, but they do so in a stupid way. You know, why, if you want to feel smart, why not go like, hey, isn't it kind of wacky how every time there's a mass shooting, every teacher and cop goes like, yeah, we had tabs on that guy, we just didn't do anything. You know, wouldn't it be like, you can feel smarter than the median American without having to be wrong about it. Haha, Vosh unironically comparing people who don't support a gun ownership with conservatives talking down to black people. I mean, you can strawman me like on Twitter when you're complaining about getting permanently banned from my chat if you want. You can't strawman me to me. I'm right here. You're constructing a man made out of straw and it looks nothing right me, and I'm right fucking here. You know? I didn't say there's a problem with opposing gun ownership. You can do that all you want. I'm saying you're unintrospective, unsociological, I'm smarter than you takedown, and you're an American, so you're one of those fucking cosmopolitan liberals that I was talking about, by the way. Disgusting behavior. You contributed to this. You did. I mean it. Liberal ineffectiveness in responding to these mass shootings is a component of them continuing to happen. It's not all just fucking Republicans. It's a game of tennis being played by two ineffective sides, and you're serving the ball back over and over, and you're just like nonstop. You're engaged in it. I'm sorry if you find guns scary. That's not my problem, okay? Go drink some raw milk.
It's like, what is that smell, the burn smell? And I was like, what is wrong? And he just said, I smell that smoky smell, and that's the way we were in the classroom, yes, because it was, you know, smoky in the room, and that's what it was, the gunpowder.
I feel like my son's not gonna be normal for several years, because he's gonna remember what happened that day, and it's gonna stick to his head for the rest of his life.
Azenef Rodriguez's 10-year-old son, Jaden, hid under a table in room 112.
Me and my friend were scared and we didn't want to talk or nothing, and we covered our ears so we won't hear the gunshots.
You covered your ears. Were you hearing a lot of gunshots?
Mm-hmm. me and my friend didn't have a lot of space, so we just tried not to move so he won't see us.
And were you wondering what was going on, why you had to be there for so long?
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, the reflexive anti-gun shit from Democrats cost them a lot of votes. I still think that how am I blanking on his name? Not Greg Abbott, the other guy in Texas, the guy who was going to run for governor. He pivoted to Beto O'Rourke. Thank you, Beta. Like, motherfucker probably could have won if he wasn't an idiot and started, like, virtue signaling loudly how anti-gun he was in Texas. It wouldn't have done anything anyway. Like, gun rights are enshrined in the Constitution. You're not, like, what are you doing? Fuck off, idiot. You could win, Dems could win over so many more independent voters if they dropped the anti-gun stuff. And it's not like the anti-gun stuff is doing anything, by the way. Like, the shootings are getting worse. It's not doing anything. I get reminders of, like, it feels like drug war shit to an extent. Like, did banning marijuana keep marijuana from making its way into the United States? Like, no, obviously. It doesn't work that way. People care about keeping their guns more than they care about keeping their marijuana. In a lot of cases. By the way, the amount of mass shootings in the U.S. relative to gun ownership rates do not correlate to the same amount of gun violence relative to gun ownership in, say, Canada, where it is actually way lower relative to gun ownership. Yeah, because gun violence is violence. American society is generally violent. Guns are a focus for that violence because guns are a very effective way of dealing violence, but that doesn't mean that, like, the existence of the guns is not the core issue. It's social alienation. Like that chatter said earlier, we used to be able to buy automatic weapons. When was the automatic weapons ban? 87, was it 87, 84, something like that? Like, mass shootings have only gotten to be more of a problem over time. But people had plenty of guns back then. It's not like semi-automatic weapons didn't exist back then. Like, the AR-15 platform didn't exist back in, like, 1983 or whatever, but guns like it did. The Mini 14 existed. Like there were guns back then that could do what the AR-15 can do now, you know? And they didn't have the same number of shootings. Like, not even close. AR-15 is from the 60s. Yeah, the base model of the gun, like, is Vietnam War era tech, you know? They've just iterated on it and made it more cheap and accessible, and you can build on the platform and everything. As a European, this is psychotic. No guns, no shootings, bro. Dude, that's so smart. That's so... No guns, no shootings? That's so smart, GR98. That's great, okay? Well, listen, all right? When the AfD takes charge in Germany and fucking completely rolls your ass, all right? I'm not going to say, I told you so. I'm not gonna, a gun from behind every blade of grass you when we rescue you the second time, okay? Fucking idiots. You people really have no personality outside of feeling like you're better than America. Well, why has your GDP been flagging since 94 and ours continues to shoot up even as our people are, like, fucking miserable, you know? Like, come on. You guys aren't that smart, all right? You're currently your entire continent experienced like a 17-point dip into fascism because, like, a few million Syrians came over, all right? I don't want to hear about your enlightened sensibilities, okay? Your politicians are boasting about sinking boats in the Mediterranean, and you vote for them, by the way. And meanwhile, you've got, like, you're cracking open big gem takes on American politics. Why not just get rid of all the guns? Thank you. You're so smart. You're so smart. If we limit what can be sold / manufactured in America, wouldn't this decrease the amount of guns over time? I mean, by a marginal amount, but guns can last centuries if maintained well. You know, they're made of metal. Ammunition holds for a long time. And there are still plenty of unregistered guns. And Europeans have guns too, man. One of the highest gun per capita ownership rates is in Finland. They don't have the same issues we do. Switzerland? No, I said Finland. Also Switzerland, but Finland is what I said. You could say both. Maybe reducing ammunition sales would be smarter. Stop trying to outsmart the guns. The guns aren't going anywhere. Guns are everywhere in America. They're behind every patched wall. They're in every basement. They're in every safe. There are more guns than there are people. You're not getting rid of the guns. Stop with the whole getting rid of the guns thing. This isn't like getting rid of leaded gasoline where it's like one law passes and then instantly it's over, okay? The guns are smarter than you. You're not getting around this, okay? Everyone wants to outsmart the guns. You can't. Watch the heavy TF2 intro cinematic. You're not outsmarting the gun. No one outsmarts bullet. All right? There is literally no evidence for any of the policies you put forward, and the policies that I put forward have evidentiary bases to them. Like, I can argue for them and point to history. You have gun buybacks that have done nothing. We got rid of guns in the UK. No, you didn't. Leaded gasoline lobby fought against regulation for years. Oh, well, of course, you know. Based on what I heard, you can bootleg ammo. You can reload ammo just fine. Like, yeah, it's not even difficult to do it. Black Silver, they wouldn't be volunteering for the mental health service. Chat arguing for a war on drugs approach to firearms as if drugs didn't win that war. Yeah, seriously, like, America couldn't even keep fucking heroin off the streets. Like, harder, obviously destructive drugs. Like, leaving aside even, like, marijuana or whatever. You try prohibition, doesn't work, they have to get rid of it immediately. You know, it's just, like, people, you're just scared of guns, man, and you don't know what you're talking about, all right? Yeah, and heroin isn't even in the Constitution. Any real effort to get rid of guns in the U.S., a real one, would be... Like, does nobody understand? You can't get rid of the Second Amendment. Prohibition was around for a fucking while? No, it wasn't? And it also didn't work at all? If you could get rid of the Second Amendment, would you? I'd have to think about it. Prohibition led to the mafia being more powerful. Al Capone, anyone? Yeah, all you'd really be doing, honestly, you'd be giving the Mexican cartels a huge dub because gun sales would then be run largely through them. You'd have American gun manufacturers be put out guns that get bought en masse in Latin America and then coyoted up through the southern border. It wouldn't... 28 gun deaths in 10 years in the UK. Yeah? And? Like, what point does that make? We all know that there are more gun deaths in the US. Also, isn't the biggest source of gun death self-harm? Yeah, people shooting themselves. Hey, Vosh, that study disagrees with you. Here's quote. Wait, what study? What study are we talking about? The watering down of gun laws across the country has meant there are now more guns per license holder, even though there are fewer gun owners. I don't know what you're talking about. President of Gun Control Australia. Okay. So there are more guns per license holder. That's what I read out loud. I don't know how that disagrees with me. I wonder how many more times I'm going to be condemned, forced to have this conversation. It's always the same one too, you know? Like nobody actually gives a shit. That's the complication, Angry Chair. You know, there's a whole wealth of resources online you can look into, red flag laws if you want to. It's a whole thing. Can't believe you literally just covered that gun ownership rate didn't correlate with equivalent gun violence level in all the other high gun ownership countries, and chatters keep saying the shitty takes. Yeah, get rid of all the guns. So what's your actual solution? WPG Squirrel, is this bait? How many times do I have to say it? How long have you been, I'm pulling up your logs. How long have you been with me in chat here? Let's see, these go back to 2020. You've been here damn near from the beginning. You telling me you haven't heard me say exactly what I want done before? That you don't know for a fact that there are multiple streams and videos on this exact subject? Why do you, I've said it in this stream. Why do we pretend? Why? I'm sick of the topic. I just hate the arrogant fucking Europeans who come in here, or the pick-me Americans who are like, I've got a great solution. What if you idiot Americans just didn't have any guns? Wow, thanks. That's so helpful. I'm sure the Uvalde parents would love to. You should go. You should go talk to them. A lot of those Uvalde parents voted Republican. You know, I bet a lot of them are gun owners too, considering it's Texas. You should go talk to them about that. I bet they'd be, have you considered, that if you own guns or vote for politicians who are pro Second Amendment, then you like kind of killed your own kid, you know? I think you should. They would appreciate that. I would appreciate that. Get it on video. Is this the same Vosh who complains about big trucks? Yes. Would you like to tie those 2 points together? Would you like to, you're very good at noticing things. Yeah, I do also hold that position. Would you like to build an argument out of it? What do you think? This is almost certainly a cultural thing from chat. People in chat not being so much anti-gun as they are anti the kinds of people who own guns. No, I don't think it's a cultural war thing. I just think a lot of people have like an icky ew. Like they think guns of this vestigial, unnecessary, violent, icky ew America thing, and they just don't think about it beyond that. Very unsociological. The whole America firearms thing is so dumb. It's the same as, bro, why didn't Pandora just put things back and close the box? The closest comparison that I could think of to it would be if you had a country that was very, very religious, like Poland or something, and there was violence associated with religious belief, like a lot of the religious people were kind of like zealous, and there was like ethnic or religious violence along those lines. And there's like a serious civil discussion on what can be done to mitigate the violence. And then like 6 IQ tire brain jackasses come in saying, have you just considered not being religious? And it's like, yeah, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have that, I guess, if you're a militant Reddit atheist like me, I guess. But your like thoughtless contribution both ignores the context of the moment. It's arrogant, you know, the prescription. It doesn't help anyone, and it's also not possible. What do you just get rid of religion? What are you suggesting? Some kind of like Soviet era ban on religion? First of all, good luck passing that. Second of all, it didn't work. Like, but that's what you sound like. All right, we got to finish this video.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking what was going on, and I wanted to see, but I didn't want to the gunman see me.
They're just not, Low and Graham, they're just not comparable, and you're going to have to fill in the pieces. Changing laws and policies to reduce the amount of large trucks on the road, it would not be the same as taking 400 million guns. And they're different, and you're just going to have to answer that for yourself. Like, you've successfully identified that I hold the position that some things should be changed and some other things, like, you should focus on different things, but you're just going to have to work on that.
7 weeks after the attack, parents in Uvalde are still begging for clear answers. They want to know why police waited in the hallway outside the classroom while their children were terrorized for more than an hour by the gunman.
He's like, Mom, I heard him outside, Mom. They were yelling and telling the shooter to come out. He was talking and laughing to himself, walking around. And whenever he heard, I don't know what little girl it was, call out, officer, like when the officer called out, she's like, I'm in here. He went over there and shot her.
So the police were close enough to the door
Yeah.
where your kids could hear them.
Yes.
And the girl answers back, we're in here.
Yes.
And then he kills her.
Yep.
And the police never go in.
There were still lives that could have been more saved. They would have just gotten there faster and just gone in. Like, you wear a badge, you have a gun.
They shouldn't be scared. When they got there, they were still outside waiting for a little bit.
All of you want this.
I was telling my friend, I was
By your
whispering to
arrogance
my
and
friend I was
unwillingness to think
falling
about the issue
asleep.
critically.
Is there anyone in particular you miss?
My cousin Rahelia, my best
The mother who ran in and grabbed her kid, literally braver than a cop. Yeah, literally, yeah.
friend Jace.
They died. You miss them?
Why the fuck would you ask that? Okay, whatever.
What kinds of things would you guys do together?
When we would have recess, we would always play together and play hide and seek or tag.
Do you feel comfortable talking about what happened, and is it helping you? Yeah.
I feel a little bit happy because my friends are my friend and my cousin are in a better place.
In a better place? Where?
In heaven.
This is torture, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, well, you know what? Frankly, after what Chad has done to me, I feel like we should spread the love around a little bit. Every fucking time this comes up, you know? Every fucking time we cover any kind of shooting, the fucking legion of arrogant dipshits in chat have to come forward and say, you know, guys, you're not going to believe it. I've got the solution no one's thought of before. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Okay, just get rid of all the guns. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're all so helpful.
Discipline.
I'm sorry. The video clicked on. A good way of thinking about this that might help you sort of rev up the tire in your brain and maybe think a little bit more critically is here. Excuse me. Here's a list of countries, estimate of civilian firearm ownership per 100 people, and intentional homicide victims per 100,000 inhabitants. So basically, gun murder rate, a total firearm-related death rate. There, this one. We want this one, okay? So here we have a rate that refers to firearm ownership in civilian hands and a rate that refers to people dying by guns. And if you look at this, you might notice these numbers don't match up. For instance, Iceland has about 1/4 the civilian gun ownership, but about, what is that? 1/200th of the total firearm-related death rate per 100,000 inhabitants. That's odd. 1/50th the proportional gun death rate relative to civilian firearm ownership. Like, that's kind of odd, right? You know, if you think about it. Or Canada over here, which again has about 1/4 of the civilian firearm ownership, but about 1/12 the firearm-related death rate. Does this include suicides? This includes suicides. And then on the other hand, you've got Uruguay over here, which has about the same firearm-related death rate, with about 1/4 the civilian gun ownership. So here's a question, guys. If somebody asked you from Uruguay, someone in Uruguay said, hey, what do you think we could do to help with, you know, all of the people dying and all the violence? Would you say just get rid of all the guns? I don't think you would. I think that a lot of these prescriptions that you make, you realize how stupid they sound when you talk about a country that's still developing. You know? If you talk to a guy in Yemen and you were like, yeah, reduce the amount of guns and then there will be less violence. Like that that sounds like obviously stupid, right? Like then it's like, wait, hold on a second. Like clearly there's more sociology going on here. But you'll do it for America. We are decently developed. Okay, compared to the United States, let's be real here. Aren't numbers like this really misleading, though, as it counts gun per capita rather than gun owners per capita? We're doing the best we can, okay? Gun ownership is very widely distributed in the United States. But the type of guns... You people are... Uruguay is absolutely developed country. Yeah, but it's not like France or Canada or America. I'm not saying develop... Okay. 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 Come on, please. Do you think red flag laws are helpful? I mean, I've only said I think so like 8 times this stream, but I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to say it for the 9th time. In Venezuela, they have about 4 times the total firearm-related death rate, while only having about, what is this, a 6th, a 7th, the total civilian firearms per 100 persons? Why do you think that is? Why do so many more people die by gun in Venezuela, even though they have far fewer civilian firearms than we do? These are gun deaths. What's the relationship here? Like, do you think there might be cultural and sociological issues here outside of just the guns? El Salvador, way higher rate. Georgia, way higher rate. Guatemala, way higher rate. Like, why doesn't it perfectly line up to the guns? I thought the issue was the guns. If the issue was the guns, then you'd think it would perfectly line up to the guns. We've isolated the other variables. Jamaica, Brazil, Eswatini. Not really a fair comparison. Why? I thought the guns were the factor. Are the guns more deadly in Eswatini? Are you saying there are other cultural and social and environmental factors that dictate the preponderance of violence in a country, and there are countries that have far fewer gun-related deaths than America, despite only having a small fraction less of relative gun ownership, and then there are countries with far fewer guns that have way more deaths by gun? Are you telling me there might be another set of factors in this incredibly complicated criminological issue than just the number of guns? Like, hey, how many stabbings are there in the UK? It must be because they have a lot of knives, you know? No other reason, right? Well, you know, if there's a lot of stabbings, there must be a lot of knives. There can't possibly be any other, like other countries that have less stabbings must have fewer knives. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. And if I had the presence of mind, I would have banned way more of you. So for those of you who still disagree with me, but value your presence in chat, this would be a good time to cut off the argument, because now that I'm fully here, I'll just ban you. All right. Very good. Well done. Do you have a solution to what should be done with American gun culture? Just for being annoying. That's an hour ban. Or that's an hour mute. I said it's done. Said it's done. You asking me questions for? What do you have you suggested? I've already talked about this. Go watch a video. Go watch any video. Go watch like a Bluey video with the little dog and he's the Australian dad. Go watch that. Do you have a solution for chat? Nothing that I can say on YouTube. All right. That's enough. We're done talking about dour subjects. Let's talk about rape in the Gaza Strip. Takeaways from AP examination of how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th originated. I'm spoiling a little on this one. I actually saw most of this. I didn't read this specific article, but I saw it being discussed and I looked into it a little bit. Basically, so during October 7th, Hamas guys, they raped some Israelis. Obviously. Like a lot of Hamas guys, these are like undisciplined, militantly anti-Semitic jihadist lunatics. Of course they did. Anybody who denied this to me is one of those like tightropes to walk. You know, it's like a fence you have to straddle, because there are people who correctly identified that a lot of the bullshit Israel was saying happened didn't happen, that they were just waffling. But then there were also people who were taking it too far and saying like, yeah, there's no evidence that Hamas engaged in any sexual violence. I don't need evidence to believe that. I would need evidence to not believe that. That's the default, man. Completely like undisciplined insurgency, slaughtering civilians, like an ideology based in religious and ethnic content. Like, of course, yeah, I would need some remarkable evidence to believe otherwise. So we do know, it seems, or at least there's credible evidence that Hamas did engage in sexual violence during October 7th. Obviously. I mean, I believe that from the start. But there were specific accounts of sexual violence that were wrong, that were lies or inaccurate or whatever else. The UN and other orgs have presented credible evidence Hamas militants committed sexual assault during their October 7th rampage in southern Israel, although the number of assaults is unclear. I like the use of the term rampage. That's very neutral, you know? I mean, the IDF is 100% raping and murdering people, for sure. But I don't think anyone would call that a rampage, at least not outside of my stream. Though the number of assaults is unclear, photo and video from the attack's aftermath have shown bodies with legs splayed, clothes torn, and blood near their genitals. Other accounts from that day, however, proved to be untrue. They include 2 debunked testimonies from volunteers with the Israeli search and rescue organization Zaka, whose stories helped fuel a global clash over whether sexual violence occurred during the attack and on what scale. And I saw more of this. Basically, it seemed like these specific instances were just people like connecting the dots in ways that turned out to be inaccurate later when they were talking to the press. It's led to a lot more discourse. Frankly, this article speaks to me on a like kind of like a little bit apologetic. Wait, Vosh, why would they even lie about it? No, because they fucked up. Like they just assumed, you know, you're not going to get really accurate testimony from somebody who just survived October 7th, right? Otmaz Gin, after tending to dozens of shot, burned, and mutilated bodies in Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, Otmaz Gin reached the home that would put him at the center of a global clash. He found the body of a teenage girl separated from 2 of her relatives. Her pants, he said, were pulled down. He assumed that meant she had been sexually assaulted. Otmaz Gin says he told journalists and lawmakers details of what he'd seen and asked if they might have some other interpretation. Today, he maintains he never said outright the girl his body saw had been sexually assaulted, but his telling strongly suggested that was the case. Nearly 3 months later, Zaka found out Otmaz Gin's interpretation was mistaken. After cross-checking with military contacts, Zaka learned that a group of soldiers had dragged the girl's body across the room to make sure it wasn't booby-trapped. As they did that, her pants came down. Is that better? Wait, like IDF soldiers? They would say Hamas militants otherwise. Right? Wait, so for which side? After cross-checking with military contacts, Zaka learned a group of IDF soldiers dragged the teenage girl civilian's body across the room to make sure it wasn't booby-trapped. As they did that, her pants came down. Okay, I mean, I said that I looked into this beforehand. I didn't read this passage. I didn't... Well, Hamas wouldn't check for booby traps because they put them there? Yeah. So the IDF entered the room, found a living girl. Did they know she was alive? This passage right here begs a whole lot more questions. No, they're saying she was dead. Found the body of a teenage girl. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Okay. I didn't realize that she was dead. Okay. IDF just messing around with the bodies. So the IDF is undressing body. Well, they dragged it, I guess. Okay. Is there a point to reading this? Yeah, there is actually. But it's a secret. You're going to have to find it out yourself while you're in purgatory. The other debunked account originated from Otmazin's colleague, Yossi Landau, also a longtime volunteer working in Be'eri. In the days and weeks that followed the attack, Landau told global media what he thought he saw: a pregnant woman lying on the ground, her fetus still attached to the umbilical cord wrenched from her body. What? You can't just do that. Okay. But Otmazgan had been overseeing the Zaka workers. When he said Landau frantically called him and the others into his home. Did not see what Landau described. Instead, he saw the body of a heavy-set woman with an unidentifiable hunk attached to an electric cable. Everything was charred. Okay. How would you even identify that? I don't know. Easy access to the volunteers helped spread the stories. Accounts were false, but evidence of sexual assault mounts. I guess what I'm curious about is why this article exists to begin with. Is this only AP News, or does Reuters also, did they also get like the signal that they have to cover this? I only see it with AP News. I'm genuinely confused by this reporting. What is even happening here? It seems like the purpose of this article is to say, hey, we know there have been multiple widely spread, debunked accounts of sexual violence, and we know that they're fake, and we're acknowledging that, but overall, there is still evidence that Hamas engaged in sexual assault. Which is a really odd framing for the article, I feel. Does anyone else feel like that's an oddly defensive way of going about it? So I don't disagree with that, but why would you even make this article? It's very odd. It's very odd. Well, if all I have to say on it is that it's very odd. Clearing these links. It doesn't need to be that deep. Not everything is manufacturer consent. Sometimes journalists write about a thing because they want to. Joshy the Lib, what an appropriate name. No, actually. Nothing gets put on the front page of AP News because a journalist wanted to talk about it. That is, in fact, not how it works. At all. There's actually a pretty, well-developed process that involves a lot of external checking. I mean, we literally have, there was an Intercept article on how the New York Times was running their stories by was it the IDF spokespersons? Was it Israel broadly? I forget, before publishing stuff, you know? Like, nothing just happens. There's a reason for everything. I don't know if it's a very effective attempt at manufacturing, consent. Just seems weird. Seems weird. Speaking of AP, did you see that a few days ago Israel seized AP News camera equipment to stop them from streaming Gaza because Al Jazeera used that stream? I did see this, yeah. I guess they took it a step too far. After U.S. pressure, Israeli communications minister says authorities to return AP seized equipment. I saw this on Twitter because it was the only time AP News has ever used active voice when talking about something Israel did. Looks like Israel does listen to us when we speak sternly enough. Why doesn't Israel want any cameras in Gaza, I wonder? Who knows? Who knows? You know? Don't look into how many Palestinian journalists got killed in their homes with their families, even if they were nowhere near active conflict sites between the IDF and Hamas. Yes, Stream Canoe. DeSantis' Freedom Summer means no rainbow lights for Florida bridges. His transportation department has told cities across the state that if they want to light up their bridges at night, they can only use the colors red, white, and blue. The order, which was shared by Florida Department of Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue on social media, means that bridges across the state that normally illuminate in colorful array of lights to mark holidays or awareness events won't be able to use any other colors from May 27th to September 2nd. Nice. So anti-pride? Yeah, but it's not even Pride Month. It's such a limp virtue signal. God, that looks ugly. Like, it looks fun and festive in a patriotic kind of way, but in terms of, like, actual aesthetic, appeal, it's gaudy. It's very gaudy, yeah. And then the last link we're clearing from chat. France's national rally won't sit with Alternative for Germany, that's the AFD, in EU Parliament. Really? Won't sit with. Less than 3 weeks before the EU election, and Europe's far right appears to be in crisis after France's national rally said it won't sit alongside the AFD party in the next European Parliament. Following recent statements made by the AFD, we won't be sitting with them during the next mandate. What statements? The French party, led by Marine Le Pen, has spent years trying to appeal to mainstream voters and distance itself from its far-right past. Oh, guys! We're getting far-right entryism into France, okay? Le Pen is going to be, like, moderate. Let's go! While the AFD has taken increasingly hardline views. Isn't it cool how Germany, specifically Germany, wrote a bunch of laws that said, we won't let Nazis take the government again, and then they're just not enforcing those laws. Like, they have their own entire, whole sets of multiple that directly refer to the exact situation that's happening right now, and they're not doing anything. It's crazy. Nazis have infiltrated German police and security. I don't like the use of the term infiltration because that would imply they have to be sneaky, like they would have to be, they'd have to have their interests remain covert. I think it's just them. This is the statement that Marine Le Pen said is too far. German AfD candidate steps aside after SS comments as EU's far-right splits. Okay, here we go. Here we go. The leading candidate for Germany's far-right party in the European elections stepped back from campaigning on Wednesday to try to quell the backlash after declaring that the SS, the Nazis' main paramilitary force, were, quote, not all criminals. Man, like, seriously, these guys should all be rotting in a cell 60 feet underground by Germany's law. He's talking about the SS, not the Wehrmacht, okay? We're not talking about 15-year-old conscripts here, okay? The SS were, you know, a little more ideologically motivated. Maximilian Krah said in a statement he would not attend future campaign appearances and also resigned from the senior leadership team of the AfD party with immediate effect. Okay, this completely skipped me by. By the way, wait, is the AfD cooked the leading candidate for the AfD's European election? I mean, if that's the case, does that mean they're just not going to have any representation in the EU Parliament? Like, it's going to be like, this seems like a pretty huge deal. The first article somebody linked, like, why would you link an article that talks about France getting upsetty spaghetti over this and not the article talking about the thing that happened to begin with? European candidates are always insane and nobody notices. I mean, it seems like this is getting some notice. Saying not all the SS were criminals is pretty bad. They have a new one already? Yeah, but it's still a huge upset. Move comes as French far leader Marine Le Pen announced her party's making a clean break with the AfD. Oh, she was already doing that then, I guess. Polls suggest that nationalist and Eurosceptic parties will win a record number of votes. Cool. These are the countries from which arrogant Euroids are making fun of America for their gun ownership, you know? Like, that's the position you guys are in. Voters are expected to punish mainstream parties for failing to shield households from high inflation, curb immigration, or deliver adequate housing and healthcare. And honestly, who can blame them? No, I'm not kidding. Like, the institutional parties at play here have been negligently incompetent, you know? Like, they have been so bad. EU neolibs, man. The AfD candidate's office employee was reportedly spying for China, by the way. Oh, that's based. Oh, so this was 1 month ago, and this same guy was in a previous scandal about Chinese spying. He insisted he will remain the far right's, the AfD's lead candidate for the election, but now he's out because of the SS comments, which he just made, I don't know, like, for fun? Why did he even say that? Can somebody tell me? What prompted him to say that about the SS? Like, was it just out of nowhere? Because he's a Nazi? Yeah, but there had to have been a context in which he said it. Like, he wasn't just in front of a microphone and blurted it out with no prior tee-up. In an interview published last weekend, Krah told the Italian newspaper La Repubblica that, quote, SS were not all criminals. And we get a reminder on who the SS were. Okay, cool. Why? With another former Axis power. The incident shows how difficult it is for extreme far-right parties to form effective coalitions at European level as they define themselves on nationalist grounds against each other. Yeah, it is true. Fascists do historically not tend to be able to form very strong, cohesive international ties. That is true. Maybe there is hope, fellas. Maybe there is hope. Here's in Spain. Spain's far-right Vox holds mass rally with Argentina's Milei and foreign allies. Nice, nice.
We are in this moment right now. Right now we are in this moment. Right now we're in the moment where we can still stop them. We can still elect progressive, democratic politicians that are ready to, courageously fight for our rights, for our safety. And we have to do it now and not just, just so that we do not wake up after 9th of June and we will be terrified at how it happened. Now we can decide for it not to happen.
Viva España! La esperanza.
I'm scared because the far-right parties in Europe can take democracy and smash them, and it's very, very uncomfortable for me. So I think that we must mobilize, not only in Poland.
I hope Spanish people are aware of the fact that to Americans, they're always just going to be Mexican. Like, you can't buy out of international white supremacy. Vosh, what? It's just true. Bro, quell your intrusive thought. It's not an intrusive thought. It's a fact. Like, you know, all of these countries, they have resurgent far-right movements based in large part on neo-Nazi ideology, white supremacy, and fascism. And it's just funny when all of these white you're to the international white supremacist order, which is guided by America because we are America, you are Mexican. I don't think they care about American white supremacists, then you are wrong, my friend. Fascism is right now the most internationalist ideology there is. There's a reason you hear about le wokism. American far-right culture war discourse is infectious and is spread to every corner of the globe. And the reason for that is because ultimately the interests of the fascist pundits and politicians are the interests of the capital class, and capital these days is genuinely international. Like, if you are a business or a businessman with enough money, you are a completely shiftless entity. Your resources, with the right know-how, with the right accountants, you can move between nations. It's effortless, it's incredibly easy. So national ties are something that you pretend to have as a way of convincing dumbasses to vote for you, even though it's against their interest too. But in reality, do you think the American capital class, who's very fascist leaning, do you think they give a shit about American national borders? God, no, of course not. A lot of them stay here for tax reasons. If it was even remotely expedient, they would leave to another country. They don't care. You can look at studies with resumes. A Spaniard will be discriminated just the same as a mestizo or black Indian Hispanic. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, we run the discourse in white supremacy. And as far as America is concerned, if you speak Spanish, Catalan, Portuguese, or have the right kind of brown skin, you are Mexican. Congratulations. Honest question, do you think this will be different to the 30s? Yeah, you know why I think that? Because I'm here this time. Oh, those fascists, they had fun. They played back in the 1930s. But this time, buddy, it's not going down like that, okay? I'm like Mike Wahlberg. If he had been on that flight, 9/11 would have gone down very differently. Mark Wahlberg? Mark Wahlberg. Are we saying fascists don't see color? They see it when it's convenient. You spent 1 week in Europe, now you see how it all works. I didn't need to spend a week in Europe to tell you that the average American would think of a Spaniard as Mexican, okay? That is not new knowledge. I did not gain that insight by virtue of eating 6 pounds of fried potatoes every day on the fine streets of Barcelona. You know, that is something that I knew beforehand. Sunshine RFF says, have you talked about your jacket yet? I really like it. Where'd you get it? Chat! Where did I get this jacket? Excuse me. Let's go. Does Barcelona have a lot of potatoes? Spaniards love their potatoes. I gotta say, when I was walking around having a bite, you know, with the tapas, I think the Spaniards have potato technology, which places them above us in the potato tech tree. You know, I feel like I feel like a peasant living in like 1953. I don't know. Fuck. What's a really backwater? I'm like a tribesman in the one of the many groups in what will soon be. No, by then they were Saudi Arabia. I feel like I've kind of fucked this up already. You know, I'm going to the World's Fair for potatoes. They have a lot of them. All right. But compared to the Irish potatoes, nobody knows anything about Irish cooking at all. Like, if you go to an Irish pub in America, you just get American contemporary food, except the waiters are wearing green and it's louder. That's it. I don't know what the fuck they cook in Ireland. Like, an Irish pub is literally just American food, you know? Mostly stews. Yeah. It's peasant food. I will not tolerate racism. I'm not being racist against the Irish. I'm saying factually, nobody knows what food they cook. Oh, yeah, I saw this. We have official trans recognition in a Switch remaster of a game that came out like 25 years ago or whatever. Vivian in Super Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. Delightful character. Always my favorite whenever when I played as a kid because you know, I thought she was nice. That's me having like a strong connection to my trans audience long before I even had a channel. You know, I was out there from the beginning. There's this delightful tendency, and we saw it before with Bridget in Guilty Gear Strive, where there will be a Japanese game, and in the original Japanese text, a character who is very feminine will say, I am transgender, I used to be a boy, but I am transgender. And then it gets localized in English, and which sort of like carries that implication. And then the anti-wokeoids will say like, no, this is a mistranslation. What they mean is that they like cross-dressing. I mean, what does this comment say right here? Here is the text in the game. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. That's pretty straightforward. That's pretty difficult to argue against, you know? I don't know how you could... No, Vivian isn't transgender. Vivian was always a joke character, a cross-dresser, not a transgender. He's a dude who is very effeminate, so his friends make fun of him for it. None of this is true or in the game at all, by the way. Like, not in the current remaster or in the previous one. That's it. It's just another situation to how when Link had to dress up like a chick in Breath of the Wild. Nintendo isn't woke. Wait, hold on. Wouldn't it be woke for 5 foot tall, like 100-pound sopping wet Link to wear women's clothes to sneak into a society of 10-foot tall women anyway? Isn't that already okay? A lot of these just want to. A lot of these just want their like goon fantasies to not be interrupted by the existence of trans people. I actually think it's really sad because one thing that I've noticed in the time that I've seen like on 4chan is a lot of the people who say stuff like that are eggs, like genuinely, like they wake up crying because they think they got placed in the wrong body or whatever. But politically, they're opposed to the existence of trans people. So what they do is they get really, really, really invested in cross-dressers, or like any one of the 58 different Japanese terms for cross-dresser, you know, and they like project onto that, and they get really defensive if you point out these characters are trans. Hey Vosh, how's your game development going? Don't, fuck you. Don't put that on me. Don't put, hey, 6 months ago you said you were going to do this giant project from which there's been no updates. Any updates? Fuck off. What the fuck? Fuck off. Jesus. Just reminding me that my life is a series of unfinished projects while I'm streaming. I'm trying to keep the vibe going, and you're coming in here with like, hey, didn't you used to dream of being a firefighter? Yeah, I did once. That was a long time ago. Didn't you used to dream of having, like, I don't know, your own creative didn't you used to dream of being somebody who wasn't the kind of person who would go into streamers' chats and remind them of the things they've given up on? You know? Didn't you used to dream of being productive? That's coming out of your pay, Tempest. Legit, dude, I'm really sorry I asked. All right, we bullied. All right, okay, I'm sorry. Zinzixis, I'm sorry for bullying you. If it's any consolation, the bullying began and ended right there, whereas Tempest will have his pay docked. You know that. So you're not going to experience any material consequences. But that's I don't know. Let's say 400 I get to keep at the end of the month. So it could be worse. I could be taking 400 out of your paycheck. I mean, I could do that, but I won't. Sorry for making you feel bad. All right. Man, I really like Vivian. Vivian's such a cool character. Want to know something else really cool, by the way? A little bit of spoilers for this 25-year-old game. One of the first things that Vivian does after joining your party is she helps you get your name back. Isn't that cool? Like, thematically, I mean, with her being trans, she has mean older sisters who bully her, not necessarily for being a girl, mind you, just generally bully her. And you have your identity stolen by a ghost called Dupless, I think is his name. And she finds you when you're a shadow Mario because you've lost your identity and your name and your personage. And she talks to you and helps you, and you fight Dupless, and she helps you get your name back. Yeah, it's really nice. In the original Japanese text, they do bully her for her gender. Wait, really? In the original, like in the original release, not in the new Switch remaster? Oh, I didn't even know that. Can somebody find, like, hold on, I got a Wikipedia article open. Can somebody find that? Because I would... Beldem calls her a man. She is explicitly trans in Japan. Hold on. 2004, In some years, she's a transgender woman, while the script in the initial English and German releases were altered to remove any mention of her trans status. In the 2024 Nintendo Switch Remake's English script, her trans status is restored. I love this because there are so many, like, pedophile lolicon dipshits who anytime, like, a change like this is made, they're like, no, in the original Japanese, they're not woke. This is West wokeoids changing things, feminazi. And then in this case, this is literally just being more true to the original. The original English release was censorship, where they removed the trans element, you know? But they didn't give a shit about that censorship, of course. Original text by region. Original. A former member of the Shadow Trio. He may look like a girl, but he's actually a boy. Wow, okay, that's pretty... Vivian was once part of the Dark Trio. He pretends to be a girl, but is actually a boy. Oh, this is all the different... Okay, I see. But then in the English, it doesn't say that. In the English, it just said one of the Shadow Sirens, Vivian, suffers from a bit of an inferiority complex. Read the Italian one. An ex-member of the Shadow Trio. She used to be a man, but now she's a woman and proud of it. Huh. So that's from the party member description. In Goombella's Tattle, Goombella is a party member you can have who will give you like stats on a character. From the original Japanese, it's Vivian, a member of the Shadow Trio, and their youngest sister, no wait, brother. It's Vivian, the youngest sister, brother. The youngest Shadow Trio. That's Vivian, she's the smallest trio. Well, he's the smallest. So I guess in the original, the game is transphobic. Because even in the game description text, it's like, actually, that's a guy. You know what really fucked me up about Vivian? The pink spots in her face are not her eyes, they're her blushing cheeks. Yeah, isn't it cute? I think she's got a great design. Just like not even a gender thing or whatever, just like character design wise. She looks really good, you know? Vivian's gender identity is inconsistent between different language translations. In the Japanese version, Vivian identifies and presents as female, but is described as actually being an effeminate-looking boy. The French version follows this, who describes her as a boy pretending to be a girl. The Spanish version describes her as a boy who looks like a girl. The Italian version describes her as a transgender girl. The localization additionally reconfiguring her relationship with her gender identity and sisters. In the English and German versions, they portray her as a cisgender girl. This is a lot of text to look at. A lot of this is also a lot of this is also kind of like, I mean, we're talking about 20 years of culture moving up, right? Because it's kind of like the Indian third gender thing, I think, to an extent, because Japan has like a long and storied history of having characters who are absolutely trans and then pretending they're not. I don't know why they like doing that so much. They love making characters who are like, "Hello, I am a girl. I present as a girl. I look like a cisgender woman, but like I was born as a boy." And then in the Japanese like meta text will be like, "This is a boy who looks like a girl." It's like they didn't even have a concept of what it meant to be trans. Bro, that is being trans. If you are describing a person as this is a boy, but they identify as a girl and look like a girl and act like a girl and they use she or pronoun or whatever, you're describing a trans woman, even if you don't have the term for it yet. You're just doing that. But then half the time the characters will say they're actually a man and treat them as a woman anyway. Yeah, they do that. Yeah. This is like, I'm not saying it's not transphobic. I'm saying that it's a different kind of transphobia. Because now, if like an American conservative says that a trans woman is a guy, actually, they'll be like, "Yeah, you're a guy," and it's like this hateful thing. But then, yeah, like Poison, you know, they love doing that shit, where they'll be like, "I'm going to treat you as a woman," but like if asked directly, I'll just say that you're a guy pretending to be a girl, but I'm treating you like a girl, even though I'm saying out loud that you're pretending to be the thing I'm acknowledging you as. Does that make sense? They did this with Poison too. I remember that. Yeah, it's literally the definition of transmisogyny. Yeah, but it's in a different cultural context. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it's different to just like sneering at because they then go on to treat them like a girl. Steins Gate was weird about it? Yes, it was. Originally, other fast characters, fighting women led to Poison Roxy being around. Look, Due to concerns about Final Fight's development about reactions from North American audiences to fighting women, led to both Poison and Roxy being reimagined as Newolfs, a Japanese slang term for trans women. However, Nintendo of America did not consider this satisfactory, and both Poison and her palette swap Roxy were replaced by male characters Billy and Sid, and have been for every subsequent da-da-da-da. This led to conflicting statements over the years that has led to her gender being questioned, though some statements imply Poison is transgender while Roxy is cisgender. Capcom has just said it's open to viewer interpretation. It's new half? That's crazy. New halves. New wolves? It looks like wolf, you know? I think One Piece does a decent job with trans rep now, you know? Hold on, I'm sorry. Sorry, the original post is the one we read out loud earlier. That's the mean older sister. Are there gendered pronouns in Japanese? Yes. Okay, so what pronouns do they use? Yes, but not explicitly gendered. Yes, but they're not as strict. It's masculine versus feminine. Well, what do they use for Vivian? They like to flip-flop them? Okay, I don't know. She uses feminine first person? Okay, yeah, I guess it's not the same. It's not the same as how we'd use he and she, I guess. In the original Japanese version, Vivian is a transgender woman who describes herself as, quote, one of the three Shadow Sisters. She is scolded by Beldam, who misgenders her, calling her a man. Okay, that's not a femboy, dog. If Vivian is referring to herself as a woman, even if the game is saying this is a man who pretends to be a woman, that's still a trans woman. Like, that's just the game not getting in on it. Like, that's just the game pointing at a trans woman and being transphobic about it, you know? Her round tummy is so cute. She's got a delightful design. It's a very, very cute design. Yeah, Masagui, that looks like reading, to be honest with you. Like Bridget. In Bridget, they explicitly described her as a trans chick in the story path in Guilty Gear Strive. Honestly, who gives a shit, man? Look, if the Japanese otaku audience has and you know what? There's a big fever for it right now, you know. Girl Dick 19 ravaged the world. Everyone wants a cute girl with a dick, it seems. If the Japanese's version of that is let's have a person who's a cross-dresser and perfectly feminine and looks like a female and passes as one, but we're going to pretend this is just cross-dressing, even though it's a non-stop thing, and cross-dressing definitionally isn't, because then it's not cross-dressing, you're just dressing that way. Like, if that's the Japanese version of having a trans character, okay. But the problem is now that everything is so, like, global, now they have to actually say, like, yeah, okay, we mean she's trans, you know? The anime fandom is pretty conservative, not gonna lie. Depends on where it is. Depends on where it is. And depends on the anime community, you know? It really varies. I mean, maybe the people all playing like Genshin... No, that's not even Japanese. I don't know. Look, basically, trans people stay winning. How about that? Are we cool with that? Can we end with that pointer? Are we cool with that? I have not read it yet, Doombot. No spoilers. What the fuck? IGN buys 4 major gaming sites as game journalism keeps spiraling. You know why games journalism is spiraling? Because it has no integrity. Everybody knows that games journalist websites have to say good shit about games because they won't get like pre-access or whatever. There's a reason why people tend to get their game reviews from internet personalities rather than from websites these days. Yeah, it's all access journalism now. It's total bullshit. You should never believe anything you get from these sites, especially the big ones. So you're saying it's about ethics in game journalism? No, ethics in games journalism is whether or not there are women in my game, okay? That's not the same, all right? Nintendo doesn't give early samples to anyone. I'm going to come down here and make Stalin look like an anarchist, all right? I've got some heavy-handed federal legislation. Access journalism should be illegal. It should literally be illegal for anyone whose job it is to talk about a product to get that product before the average person can get that product. Like, you could solve so much shit if that was the case. Like, you just, like, a journalist wants to review a game, well, they just buy it when it comes out, you know? Literally, all it is like quid pro quo enabling. It's complete bullshit. Now everything gets to be IGN. It's all going to be like ChatGPT slop articles of here's the top 15 weapons that you can find in V Rising now that it hit 1.0. How is that different from influencers who get a product from PR? Because honestly, nobody gives a shit about that. Getting a product for free is worthless when all these products cost $60. That's basically nothing. It's not like gifting a car. Like, games journalists can receive gifts. I'm not saying it's impossible, but in terms of like paying for access to stuff, it's a very minimal barrier to get over. No different, that should be illegal too. I'm not saying I like it. I'm just saying that I don't think this opens the door to more abuse in that line. What if companies have to make their product available early to all reviewers if they're going to make them available to any? My concern there would be that there could be ways to like rules lawyer the definition of reviewer to exclude people who they don't like, or they would fight over it, and by the time the fight was resolved, it would be too late because they'd be past the early access period. But it's possible. You know, it's possible. I just don't know anyone who gives a shit about games journalism anymore. Like, it's all obviously bad. Vosh, I'm not a first worlder. $60 is not a ton of money, but it's not insignificant. Well, I mean, if you're doing like a games review site, presumably that's like a pretty understandable investment in your return, right? I mean, you're making money off of the stuff you produce. Another big issue with games journalist websites is that if you're getting a review of a game and it's just from some guy, who the fuck cares? Donkey made great videos on this. Like, you might agree or disagree with Video Game Donkey's perspective on any game, but at least he's a consistent voice. You know, you figure out what he's into, what he likes, how his takes tend to be, and then you use that as like a metric for understanding and contextualizing the arguments that he makes. And if you're going to some IGN review and it's just being reviewed by two like guys they had around, there's like 40 people who work for the site, you have no idea which one of them are going to get. Maybe you like some other guy's work, but he doesn't do the review for that game because they have them all cycling different stuff. And it's like, what, you know, like that's worthless. Did you see a recent Marvel game having a non-disparagement clause for people with early access? No, but not surprising. Marvel Rivals apologizes for banning negative reviews. No, you don't. This is how it works. This is all how it works. Developers of an upcoming Marvel game have apologized after content creators were told they could not give it negative reviews. Thanks. That's great. Thank you. You know, the mistake that Disney made here with this move was that you can normally get away with doing this, but only in professional contracts with professional reviewers. You can't do this after just talking to content creators. You know, if you're just emailing some guy like me, for instance, you know, that secret is going to get out. It's a free-to-pay shooting game. It's a slop game. Is this shooting? This looks more like third-person action. I think Zero Punctuation was another good example of a reviewer's consistent voice, even if you didn't agree with him in every game. Yeah, and Yahtzee is doing way better on his new stuff. I forget the name of his new program. I want to catch up with it because I think he makes good stuff, you know? Like, Zero Punctuation got tiring, but then he started making Extra Punctuation, which was better, and now Second Wind is out. And like, yeah, man, guys got thoughts. I want to hear those thoughts, you know? Marvel Rivals is an upcoming free-to-play shooting game for PC where people play comic book heroes and villains. Nah, no wonder they needed to ban negative reviews. It's a Marvel version of Overwatch. This looks like straight dog shit doo-doo. Just looking at it like this, you know? Like, just right off the bat, this looks like steaming horse shit. It looks like, yeah, it looks like a mobile game. Is it a mobile game? Is it a mobile game? The game was developed by Chinese gaming giant NetEase. Is it a mobile game? No, it's PC. You're going to let, I say this respectfully, a Chinese gaming giant make a non-mobile game? Are you kidding me right now? Do you know what they make over there? Xi Jinping is laughing from his CCP throne as Slop is fired out the Great Firewall by trebuchets. The Americans will like this one, he says, cackling as he fires another fucking Slop game directly into our brains. The Chinese games industry has been trying to break out of the mobile game sector. I don't want them to break containment. I don't play mobile games, and I don't want their horse shit infiltrating other genres. I'm going to be playing like a first-person shooter with a campaign and stuff, and I'm going to get a few headshots, and then there's going to be a pop-up saying, you've used 70 out of 70 headshots allowed. Please wait 52 minutes and 46 seconds before your headshot quota, and it's going to be read to me in like a robot voice from the gun, refills. You know? Non-Chinese companies are just as good as injecting crap. Oh, no. We don't, guys, listen, we're not woke here, right? We're all American chauvinists. Let's not pretend that Chinese gaming, mobile, whatever the fuck companies aren't particularly refined in their production of slop, okay? Let's not, let us dispense with the niceties. State-sponsored slop. The Chinese Communist Party makes these games. They make these mobile games. They charge you to play them. They charge you to buy them. They charge you to play them, and they send them to us. You're doing the JRPG thing right now. There are bangers coming out of China. Well, hold on, wait. I also don't think very much of Japanese games for the most part. Look, the real good shit in the gaming market is in the indie market, and you know where you need to go for that one? Finland. What are they cooking over there? What are they cooking over there? Finland's got some goated ass indie games. Nordic Gaming really cooking. Yeah, no, they're doing work. Japan has good studios. You know, it's got a lot of bad studios too, folks. They're not sending their best. Yeah, I saw Tooth 99. What the fuck is this? Oh, I saw this. Do you guys want to see a banger really quick? You know, I've been going over the links you give me, and a lot of them have been kind of coal. You know, I'm not gonna lie. We're down here in the mines, and we're not striking gold. This one, on the other hand, not from you guys, I mean, from the talented Israeli animator CabbageMon32343. You know, this one's really good.
Time to launch my GoFundMe for Gaza. Voila! Oh my, they love me! Yes! It's go time. Fabulous!
Sorry, this is produced by Israeli Cool. Okay, just so you know. Me proving that Israel isn't homophobic. Yeah, this is... well, asking a Zionist, like a Zionist making an effort to prove that they're the most progressive country in the Middle East. You say you support the lives of Palestinian people, and they're like, I just fantasized about Hamas killing you.
Sometime after, deep in Gaza. How do you feel after getting to see Raza?
I feel on top of the world.
That was it. Did you like that? This is Nazi shit. Yeah, this is. I actually kind of like this, like in a representational way, because this is like in crudeness and in art, kind of the same place that one anti-Semitic Happy Merchant drawing came from, where the hate gets so crude that it feels almost childlike. You know, I don't know the guy's name. There's a very racist and anti-Semitic Nazi cartoonist who's drawn, you've probably seen some of his cartoons. They're decades old. I saw them on Stormfront quite often growing up. No, not Stone Toss. Listen, wait for me to finish talk. You think I wouldn't know Stone Toss's name? Come on, fucking shut up, okay? I don't know the guy's name. He just, he draws, like, you know, black people. He draws them like minstrel show shit. And, Jews are hypnotizing white women into having black girlfriends. You're all off, and frankly, I'm going to start banning. I really don't like it when I start trying to name something and you all just say anything. It's really distracting. Like, I will just ban all of you. It's super annoying. John Patler? If a Japanese person, not even a good old corn-fed American, just got it right, well, you chuckle fucks were throwing out every possible incorrect answer. No, not this guy, not this guy. No. It's more the thing that I remember about this guy's drawings is how grotesque they were. They were so cartoonish in their hatred of Jews and black people that it felt like it was coming from a demented mind. You know, it wasn't just hatred. It was like, you know, Ben Garrison. No, okay, I am gonna start just muting people. Yeah, no, you know you're wrong, and you're just saying it. You know, you're just saying. I said decades old. Why are you saying George Alexopoulos? Like, no, don't say you are not making a neutral decision by putting forward a bad answer. You are making a negative one. You are negatively contributing to the overall vibes of the stream. You know, you just saying shit, I look over every message and I'm thinking, is it that? Is it that? And you force me to look over you saying, is it this obviously incorrect answer? Don't do it. Anyway, I don't know what the guy's name is, but the point that I'm getting at is that there was a crudeness. Nick Bogas, is it this person? I don't think it was this guy. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking up the name of every fucking... Oh, maybe it is this guy. Oh, this is the guy who actually made the Happy Merchant face. You know, this guy's like an OG in the community. You know, this guy's one of their greats. Whatever. past a point, hatred starts to look really, really ugly. You know that Wojak that's of a black guy and it looks very racist, like the lips are very big and they have like a wide face. You've probably seen it in some Nazi cartoon or whatever. When I look at that, the first thing that comes to, I don't want to show these on screen, so I'm not going to. So if you look up racist Wojak, you'll probably find it. I don't know. The thing that I think of when I see that is, I know you're hateful, but your hate is so stupid looking. Like, you don't actually think black people look like that. You're not blind. You've been outside. Black people just look like people. Their skin's darker. You've got that part down in the comic representation, I guess. Apart from that, like, you know they don't look like that. So why? And I think it's because, like, past a point, hate gets so cartoonish and so irrational that you can't express it in reality anymore. Like, so for instance, for the fascist who made this, right? Like, the hatred of queer people becomes so irrational that it can no longer be expressed in a way that reflects reality. So you just have to start cobbling together iconography in a way that expresses that hate, like, crudely. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, what I'm trying to get at here? It's a very weird, I don't know. It's weird to think about. Well, like, what is this? Somebody link this. This is from the same person who did that awful cartoon video that we just looked at. That video wasn't even propaganda to try making gay people anti-Palestinian. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. So hold on. The only point of that video was like, hey, we hate these guys. It's not meant to be convincing, really.
To make peace with each other. Now.
This was made by the same person.
How dare you hit that poor Augustinian?
But he attacked me.
He has a family and...
Look at this. This is so perplexing to me. Look, this in a video that is, I guess, about how Palestinians are orcs or not even humans. I mean, that is what it's about. Look at this. Am I meant to believe this isn't like a queer stereotype? They have the male and female symbols on each wing. And then it's like, okay, what point are we trying to make here? So let's have like a gay F-slur fairy show up. And then while showing how bad the Orcustinians are,
but he attacked me.
you show them beating a gay orc. What point are you making? You understand? You get how, like, psychotic this is, right? Even this individual right here, directly next to each other, juxtaposed, one scene, then the next scene, you have queer people are degenerate and disgusting, and then, by the way, the Palestinians are bad because they're homophobic. It's incredible. Have you seen this Israeli skit show that says basically the same thing? Yeah, I saw this. Yeah. We went over this one. It's the same thing. It's like those stupid. It's all just fantasizing about queer people getting murdered by Hamas, which, I mean, that's pretty progressive of you, bro. Right-wing idiots are not known for their intelligence or consistency. Yeah, I know, and that's like a big blanket statement that you could make. I just think it's really, I don't know. I just think it's very interesting when hate morphs to a point where it's not like representational anymore, you know? Like, for instance, this fairy thing, I like, how do you, like, what point is even being, so you've got a tit and a peck and a diaper. It's like all it represents is degeneracy. How do we make something look ugly and dysgenic? The bigger and smaller teeth, is that a gay stereotype, having fucked up teeth? Because it's on the other one we saw too, the one where he's got the poop hair. You know? It's like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't represent anything. It's just hate. It like, you see it all the time with the racial, the depictions of black people or whatever, or with Jews, the happy merchant thing. I've seen Jewish people. They don't look like the happy merchant guy very much at all, even a little bit. You know? So what does it mean? Is this the guy you were describing earlier? No, not this guy. The guy that I was describing is actually more racist than this guy. If you can believe it. Just based on appearance. They believe all the degenerates belong in absolute poverty if they're around at all. It's, well, they don't want him in poverty. They want him dead. We don't get this kind of vile caricature even on the far left. No, whoa, no, wait. No. We don't do this at all. Unflattering, cartoonish depictions of our enemies from the left don't do this. They don't do the degeneracy thing. The closest thing that I can really think of is drawing Ku Klux Klanners, cops, and Nazis as like, I don't know, hicks, inbred whites. And I think there is an element of like being problematic there, but it's usually just like a cartoony depiction of a type of guy, you know, like making them look like hogs, or maybe like the big fat capitalist pig. But that's an archetype that doesn't describe degeneracy. That's just like an anthropomorphic representation of greed that has, it literally is over a century old, like the Porky thing. Exactly. That's not like, look at how degenerate the wealthy are. That's just, this is a symbolic representation of the depravity of their wealth, of their excess. Likewise, when you show like, this is a chud and it's like some incel guy or whatever, these are usually just cartoonified expressions of actual traits that are being identified. Do you know what I mean? What the fuck is this? What is this in any way? Do queer people have pigtails? Is that a queer thing? I think of that. I think of pigtails as more of a like white girl Bavaria thing, if anything. Do queer people have bad teeth? I mean, I'm sure some do. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense at all, really. It's like, haha, they're dumb, they're degens, they should be dead. It doesn't refer to anything beyond that. And there's nothing on the left that's equivalent to this, you know? Like, I don't think the left does this. One is making fun of a person, the other is framing them as non-human. Yeah, like the degeneracy thing, basically. Yeah. That is true, Titty Queen. Does the Chud Jack count? No, the Wojaks don't really fit in this category. They're minion memes used ubiquitously. I don't think they really fit in this taxonomy we're constructing. Some do, like some types of Wojaks do, but not Wojaks as a concept, right? The only seething hatred Wojaks consistently demonstrate for a group is like soy dudes, I guess. I don't know. Well, anyway. Killock, that's so many words to tell me what is in a link without actually telling me what is in a link, you know? In a way, it's actually worse than saying nothing at all, because I read a bunch of stuff and am given no information. And I looked at it and I don't care about its content. It means nothing to me. There's a video on the channel about it, Geckomancer. Hatred rots the brain. I actually feel bad sometimes for the chuds I slap down on online. They're miserable. No, you shouldn't feel bad. They are miserable, but maybe, like, there is a very slim possibility that being mocked for their idiot views might actually shake them into a better life, you know? At least in the long run. Also, they would kill you if they could. Ugh. I've been wanting to talk about the Yasuke thing for a while, but it's still kind of ongoing. The reason I've held off is because I felt like there's a strong possibility that some new wacky stuff is going to happen. Like somebody's going to make an idiotic statement or whatever. Yasuke what now? The what now? The next Assassin's Creed game is going to focus on a black samurai called, not called Japan, in Japan, called Yasuke. And he was black. He was a slave of the Portuguese, but they stopped in the island and he came over and he was a cool dude. Right, John Japan, exactly. Oh, so it has basis in reality? Oh yeah, it's real. Yeah, Yasuke is a real character. Real character, real person, yeah. Also, there's a female ninja as well. Yeah. Vosh, can you try to say Yasuke correctly? I don't know. Can you try to willpower your way out of that mute? Is it possible? I'd love to find out. Every time I look at the stupid racist weebs trying to use East Asian culture to justify their hatred and racism towards black people, it just pisses me off so much. The problem is I feel like it's almost boring to talk about because it's so obviously unjustified in every possible way. Like it's literally like, here is a historical record of a black samurai who was obviously a black samurai. There's no disputing this. And, you know, he had like a cool life we know a bit about. So we're going to make him the protagonist of an Assassin's Creed game. And a bunch of people then respond to that with, yo, that isn't real. All the facts that we know about it aren't actual facts. We're going to pretend they're not real. Also, we're very racist. And also, when did Assassin's Creed games become so unhistorically realistic? Yeah, I know, Dino. You just said that. They said he was only a retainer and not a samurai, lol. Yeah, dude was holding fucking the guy's swords. What's his name? Oda Nobunaga? Okay, yeah, if you're holding that dude's swords, you're like a double samurai, actually. They're genuinely mentally shot. I saw multiple people say Egypt isn't in Africa over this. Yeah, it is important to remember, as always, that, like, on these culture war issues, we are talking to, like, borderline subhumans, both in terms of intellect, presence on this earth, and moral capacity. Like, they are people who reflexively, they compel themselves to believe racist things that they don't even believe in, because it puts them on the right side of the culture war. Like, none of them care otherwise. Do the Assassin's Creed games still do the past link to the present guy thing? I don't know, because I don't play Assassin's Creed games, because God gave me a finite amount of time to spend on this earth, and I don't want to waste it playing Ubisoft games. AC sucks now. AC has sucked for a long time. Some might say from the first game even, because these Ubisoft games and their worthless open world meandering, collect all the doodads, find all the towers to find the fucking map pieces off of bullshit, has always been bad game design, you know. It's never been acceptable. It's never been okay. and I don't forgive them. Assassin's Creed is the modern collectathon. Damn, we sure have regressed. I would recommend Assassin's Creed 2. That's crazy. I would recommend that I not. Vosh, why do you think Zionists think I care if Muslims want me dead? Do they not think I can care about other people who hate me? Well, they can't. So, you know. Well, no, they can because the government of Israel fucking hates Jews. And it hasn't stopped them, like, support-wise. They just think you're subhuman, basically. And they like mocking you because they think that your opinion on what's going on is beneath consideration. I'm okay with repping that, Alec Gunther. Also, half of these homophobes are literally children. I think that's the case for a lot of the alt-right stuff or the fascist stuff online, but with regards to the Zionist stuff, a lot of the people repping the worst opinions genuinely seem to be men in their 30s, which is really sad, you know? Yeah, they tend to be older. I mean, Palestinian kids? Oh, yeah. Dude, the average Palestinian isn't fucking go up to a Palestinian and say, hey, I'm a guy, I like to suck dick. How do you feel about that? And you know what they're going to say? They're going to say whatever the fuck they're Arabic for no speak English. You know, you're fine. Honestly, you can hold hands with a guy in front of them. They're probably more worried about the JDAMs. I just don't like you've got Hamas and some people say they're cringe and I'm inclined to agree with them. I don't think the average Palestinian is as motivated to be homophobic as seemingly the median Zionist online right now. They would say no habla inglés. Yeah, exactly. If Gen Z and Gen Alpha are so progressive, who are these child right-wingers? Well, do you need me to explain how statistics works? You got billions of people in the world, Benjamin. The majority of young people, even young men, are progressive. It's just that political extremists are more likely to be loud. And you guys do know that when you go on Twitter, you see an awful lot of loud 14-year-old communists, right? They're the annoying ones who are always wrong, but they're there. The problem ultimately is that there's a lot more institutional normalization for the positions held by dipshit 14-year-old Nazis than there is for the, dipshit 14-year-old communists. The dipshit 14-year-old communists are powerful only insofar as they can sort of like mobilize social influence with their likes and their retweets and blah, blah. Like it's all clout stuff, But the little neo-Nazi 14-year-olds are kind of contributing to a broader pattern that is reflected in mainstream Republican governance. That is to say, the Dems don't work with communists and don't find them convenient. The Republicans do work with Nazis and do find them convenient. Why is Lonerbox so cringe? That's a great question, Eagle. You should ask me that about other people that I don't talk to and don't know. Yeah, man. What about fucking this guy? Actually, what about that guy? You should start shit by talking negatively with no context at all, like no clip or tweet or point to talk about, like, hey, man, isn't X guy bad? I don't know. Maybe you should ask him. Why is Lonerbox so cringe in this? Ask him. Why are you asking me? Am I Lonerbox? Do I look? What is he? Is he British? Is he Scottish? Is he Welsh? He's from somewhere. He's from somewhere over there. So go over to he's Scottish. Okay, well that's better than being English. So go over to Scotland, I don't know, and find like a a sort of grassy path and sit there, and maybe he'll walk by and you can ask. I don't know. Raiders, why would you think that would be the time to say that? No, I don't know anything. People constantly try to start shit in the subreddit too. I have never been more motivated to tear apart my community than I am right now. I will fully just lock the subreddit down indefinitely and make it so that only 5 people I like can post there. I would like genuinely, some of you guys are like, it's unbelievable. What about OKBV? Yeah. We know you're better. Thank you. Maybe you can make it a better place, Shigbo. Ban all DGG from the subreddit. Damn, Masagui, that's remember like 1 picosecond ago where I said like where I indicated distaste for people drama farming? That's not the first time you've mentioned DGG. You know, if you have a problem with the presence of Destiny's community in this one, which is reasonable, they're very annoying, why then do you invoke them? You know, why do you speak that name in the mirror? Why don't you, I'm just positing this here, shut the fuck up? Like you guys are just as annoying. You know, I don't open up my VGG feed and see a bunch of people going, "Oh, hey, I'm a Destiny fan," and blah 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 blah. I see people like you mentioning them. You know, I could have had a moment of peace, perhaps. Vosh, I don't disagree with any of your criticism, but you're spending so much time getting mad at chatters. I think it'd be better for all of us if you just muted, ban the annoying people. You're right. Telling me what the fuck to do. Did you ask for that one? Do you got finals coming up and like you wanted to get out of chat to not get distracted? Did you really not think that was the obvious? That was very telegraphed, you know. That was asylum demon, you know, mace swing of a telegraph right there. That was a butt slam. You know, I saw that one coming from a mile away. You should have. Chat likes this about your streams. Can you imagine how dull my streams would be if I never argued with chat? Genuinely, can you imagine? Like, so much of the high quality content, so much of the gem mines, all the time we spend down there. I mean, a lot of it is beefing. You know? Well-intentioned, poorly intentioned, whether I'm actually angry, whether I'm not angry, you know, whatever. Man, I get bored, TBH, when you argue with chat, but that's about me. That's cool, little guy 181. I'm very concerned with what you get bored by. What do you like? Like what? Do you want me to just read news headlines? Like, really, fashion for one, but also politics. Wow, all right, okay. Okay, you were in a hole, but you've climbed your way out. Okay, you know what? All right. No, not exactly the median chatter experience with this one, I have to say. But I respect it. You know, you're coming at me with answers. See, that wasn't telegraphed at all. That one just fucking hit me. Yeah, parried my ass. God damn. I'm reeling backwards in a telegraphed fashion for 2.8 seconds while you get the chance to punish the opening, you know? I remember that, Tempest. I like doing what I like doing, Skynet. I've been doing it for like 5 years. That's fair, Alec Gunther. I respect the consistency. You know, I like that. I like to see that. That jacket is awesome. How many pockets? Oh, just these two. The big ones up top. All right, we got time for one last bit. Isn't this technically an overshirt? Sorry if question dumb. No, that's not a dumb question at all. This is structured like an overshirt, but it's too thick to be one, you know? This would be a shirt jacket. That'd be the broader term. An overshirt and shirt jacket, there's a lot of like, there's not like a hard line here, right? But generally speaking, an overshirt could be worn as a shirt. But if you look, this thing is heavy enough that the buttons are metal. It can't really be worn as a shirt on its own, so it's just a broad shirt jacket. I think they use the term fatigue shirt because it's military wear. That'd be my guess. Is the jacket textured? Yeah. Yeah, it's a terrible term, though, Rave Dubin. It's got a tweed herringbone. Does that even show? Hold on. Wait, I'm going to try to... Hold on. Wait, hold on, okay? You... Hold on, all right? Okay, let me line this up. You see that? So we got any of that positive content that we're hearing about in the schedule? All right, it's time for you guys to educate me. All right, you know, I'm sitting down, I'm gulping, I'm swallowing, sweat is beating on my forehead. Are you ready to learn about UK politics? And I say, yes, I am, VGG. What does this mean? So, the Labour Party is set to win in a landslide on account of them not being as incompetent as the Tories, which is probably true. And now, breaking, Tory MPs are working on a plot tonight to call off the general election, which is to be on July 4th, Freedom Day, by replacing Rishi Sunak before Parliament is dissolved next Thursday. How does that call off the general election? Yeah, how would that delay the election? To my American mind, the idea of anything happening within the government delaying the election is impossible. Like, in America, like, the election is the election. It happens when it happens. The PM sets the election date? That's insane. Oh, it's an early election? We're doing an early election? This isn't like a regularly scheduled election? Because the PM has to ask the king for permission to dissolve parliament. That starts the election. Whoa. Okay, hold on. The PM decides when the election happens as long as it is within 5 years of the previous election. Insane. So much political maneuvering, so much potential for abuse. Insane. Okay, so what is the goal of these Tory MPs? They want to... So Rishi Sunak is determining the election to be on July 4th, but the Tories don't want to lose to the Labour Party, which they will if the election is held on July 4th. So they are trying to replace Rishi Sunak with another person who will delay the election further to the 5-year point, therefore giving them more time to hold power. Do I have that correctly? Like they want to push back the clock? to avoid an objective loss. So this is just desperation. Like, they're going to lose no matter what. They're just trying to hold power for a little while longer. And Rishi Sunak just wants out now. Rishi Sunak is like, okay, I get it. You know, everyone hates me. Fine, I'll leave. Thank you. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. So this is about the general election. But wait, I want to know, okay, who are the Tory MPs? He was going to be kicked, but he called an election? Well, no, well, he was... Right, yeah, he wanted the early election so that he doesn't get kicked. Okay, but they want to kick him and replace him with someone else. Okay. And how do you do that? With a vote of no confidence? The deadline the Tories want. The latest possible date is January 28th, 2025. This is because Parliament must be dissolved by December 17th, 2024, exactly 5 years after it first met following the last general election. Okay. Okay, what is the relevance of Parliament? Wait, if the deadline for the parliamentary election is after Parliament's dissolution in December 17th, does that mean there is a month-and-a-half long period where the UK has no parliament? It's been dissolved and the elections haven't been held yet? Yes? What the fuck? This is normal for parliamentary countries? Okay, maybe it is. I don't know. Parliament is dissolved for 6 weeks leading up to the election date. Why isn't there a regular transfer of power? That's so weird. That'd be like, I know we have congressional sessions, but that'd be like, yeah, it's 6 months before 2022. You know, we have to remove all of Congress. What? It's 6 weeks, not 6 months. Did I say 6 months? I meant 6 weeks, a month and a half. It's because every MP is also re-elected. I just don't understand why you would have, by law, a forced government shutdown, parliamentary shutdown, for 6 weeks. It's not a shutdown. I would say the dissolution of parliament is kind of a parliamentary shutdown. I mean, if you're I mean, what does it mean to dissolve it? The government and civil service run the country. They just don't pass any legislation. The UK Parliament is also dissolved every summer for holidays. Wait, okay, by dissolution of Parliament, they don't mean dissolving Parliament then. They just mean you guys take a break. Sorry, by dissolving, I assumed, like, I didn't think they meant recess. Okay, that makes a bit... Yeah, we would just call it a parliamentary recess. That would be the term we would use. Okay, dissolving is a... Dissolving means recess? Okay, yeah, to you... Okay. From an American perspective, that was like dissolving means you completely strike the whole institution. Like, it's done, you know? You destroy it, you bomb it, you know? The dissolution of Parliament before an election is different as all 650 MPs become vacant until after the general... Well, yeah, you're replacing them. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, you're thinking of it like the king dissolved Parliament and instituted direct rule. Yeah, when I hear, like, dissolving Parliament, I hear, like, yeah, we're like destroying it and it's an authoritarian government. Now, that's what that term would mean. Like, in an American context, I don't think dissolve gets used in as light of a way as it is being applied here. But okay. It was a semantic confusion that has been addressed. So, okay. You thought they were turning all representatives into a fine paste? Yeah, a little bit, maybe. A little bit, yeah, kind of. So what does the king have to do with this? Rubber stamp? Okay. The Prime Minister requests the king dissolve parliament. Man, this is what happens when you have a country that's been around for as long as Britain, but you never have a cultural revolution, okay? Mao knew what he was doing. If you have, like, yeah, man, why is it that, like, the Grand Vizier may only step on the black-colored tiles of the palace when addressing the minister? Oh, well, because in 1186 AD, no, at some point you have to just, you have to properly, you have to do a bit of a reset. You know? Mostly ceremonial stuff. Yeah, this is dumb ceremony. We need good ceremony. Don't you like old shit like in Barcelona? Yeah, I like old shit in Barcelona, like the buildings. I don't know if I'd like the idea of them having to ask their king for permission to do any basic rote governmental function. All parliamentary systems do this. Their presidents dissolve the parliament. Yes, but presidents are elected and the king isn't. Okay, anyway. Every time I talk UK politics, are you saying you don't got a rump niddly pump who done's dissolve the parliament once time too? Or we've got a king and you've got a what's-he bit, a president? Look, that's any different. By Jove. And can we stop fighting? Please. Shared class interest across borders, okay? As distasteful as it may at times seem. I have no idea how Houston Snowborn. Yeah, well, this is fucking boring. Okay, so, yeah, they're trying to hold it together a little bit longer. Do we have any number, by the way, on how many Tory MPs are working on this? Because you would need a decent number of them. Post from the journalist who leaked the Tory plot by the party is furious that Sunak looks like he went behind their back. Wow! Extraordinary but true. Some furious Conservative MPs are tonight working on a plot to call off the general election by replacing Rishi Sunak as leader. So you're saying Rishi Sunak announcing the election date, like that was a big upset. Nobody expected it to be this early. Is that true? Because it is like 7 months early. 15% of current Tory MPs must submit letters of no confidence to trigger a leadership contest. Is it really only 15%? That's not very many at all. You could make 15%. Okay. 15%. That's like 15%. All right. So if there's a leadership contest, who could beat Rishi Sunak? Who has any credibility in J.K. Rowling? The lettuce lady, probably. It can't be Bojo. Let the lettuce run, yeah. It'll be Johnson again. Do you really think they're going to run Boris Johnson again? And if so, why would they do that? I don't think they're going to do that. Boris Johnson comes across genuinely, like, sane compared to Boris isn't an MP. Oh, yeah, he didn't even run again. Yeah. Yeah, Boris is, like, sane compared to these people, man. It turns out we will have an election on the 4th now. It's not being pushed forward. Has this already fallen through? Oh, it's a meme. I get it. They also kicked Sky News, which is very conservative, I know, out of their campaign launch an hour or two again for no reason. What the hell is going on? I just got it all tangled up.
Campaign event. At a Conservative Party launch, this is where the Prime Minister is going to speak in the next few minutes, and I'm being forcibly removed. We just simply wanted to have access tonight at Sky News, but unfortunately, we're told that because there are pool arrangements in place, we're not allowed to be here. This is, by the way, what we're trying to film is the campaign event where the Prime Minister is due to speak in the next couple of minutes. It's in front of Conservative activists. It's eventually trying to get across the message that we had in Downing Street today from the Prime Minister talking about stability. I'm sure he's going to talk about the decision he's made. But as you can see, we just don't have access to it. It's not entirely clear why we don't have access to it. But as I say, this was meant to be the campaign.
Can somebody explain to me what exactly you mean when you say they want Rishi Sunak out, or Rishi Sunak wanted out so Labour got the blame for the Brexit customs? What customs are we talking about?
A launch for the Prime Minister, for the Conservative leader, in front of party activists, in front of those loyalists who are going to support him during this campaign, who are going to go out and knock on doors, etc. The hope, of course, of the Prime Minister is this is a decision, a gamble that he's taken. So we're going to be put into an elevator here. Our bags are up here. We're probably going to have to leave at this stage because we're going to lose contact. We have to go into an elevator through security. But I will.
Why would they want to oust Sky News? What the fuck is going on? When was this? When did this happen? A few hours ago. So this is not in response to the counter coup. I mean, maybe, Comrade Robin Hood. The customs checks are due to leaving the EU where imports have to be checked. Yeah, but haven't those already been applied? Are you saying that those custom checks are only now to be applied? Like up until this point, they haven't had to deal with it? When are they getting applied? Oh, that's going to be really rough. They're only now being applied? The customs are irrelevant. There's no way for him to avoid blame. You've underestimated how fucking stupid the average voter is. It's been a disaster. I really do feel bad for British people, you know? Like, your right wing genuinely makes our right wing look competent. Our right wing is far more competent than your right wing, but our right wing is a lot more openly fascistic because British, like, stiff upper lip civility actually prevents the upper crust of the Tories from being as militantly fascist as they might be, you know? You're just too civility minded. Even your like Boris Johnson is like, Boris Johnson does and says, it did and said, I guess, a lot of things that were fascist aligned, but it's difficult to really mount up a fascist movement when you're limited by the fact that all of your ultra right-leaning guys are these like super posh, upper crust, you know, private school attending aristocrats. It genuinely gets in the way. The aristocracy is not by default a fascist social class, you know? It's that their adherence to tradition and civility gets in the way of it. It can happen. It's not impossible. There are just competing interests. So basically, because the UK is older than America, I think that genuinely does play into it a little bit. I really think that if a country gets too old and too bogged down with tradition, something which absolutely describes the UK, you know, it can be very much to the detriment of that country. Yeah. I mean, if you think of the like continuity of the current British government, that shit goes back a really long time. I know there have been upsets. I know, you know, Cromwell or whatever the fuck. Like, I know stuff has happened, but like for the most part, UK Mao win. We need a UK Mao is what I'm saying. Yeah. If we make it that far, Soleil. to its detriment, but doesn't that mean the far right is weaker in the UK? Yeah. I think there's ups and downs to being so old that it bogs you down. Your country is dying, but it keeps your fascists from getting too militant. All right, that's enough. We got to read donos, folks. You don't want to skip everyone's favorite part of these streams, do you? Come on. Don't be silly. Why the fuck are my lips so chapped today? Verona and Noel Holiday, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Vosh, I am but a lowly Australian reindeer furry. Is that so, Noel? I know what you are. The one that comes weird, while I don't expect you to remember your streams bring me joy. I'm happy to hear my streams bring you joy. Very happy. The Wolfen, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bananable, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Melody Rain, oh goodness, excuse me. Sorry. Thank you for the $5. I work in an industry hit by a tariff. Oh, I read this one during the stream while I was yelling at chat about car tariffs. Chicken Nug Nugs made, 6 consecutive $5 donations, each of which has text attached to it. I'm going to read them all in sequence. Vaunch Lovefest, part 112. Months ago, I was a shell of a man, fat, lonely, awkward, heterosexual, and worst of all, British. I cannot fully express in words how much you've impacted my life and the man I choose to be. Around the same time the Joe Cat shit happened, I started EDMR therapy an abusive relationship. Your fashion arc literally changed my life, dude. I spent 30 years being fat and awkward and unable to dress. I was convinced that was just who I was. Yeah, I'll interrupt here and just say, you know that logic of like the way the average guy seems to think that women are most beautiful when they're 18, just at 18, but then guys are at their hottest when they're 30? I think that the real thing that actually does happen, the real version of this, is that a lot of women are socialized on being pretty young. So you have 14-year-old girls who have like extensive knowledge of makeup and hair. And a lot of guys don't get that. And a lot of men have a kind of transformatory period in their late 20s or early 30s where they start putting effort into their appearance. Because I have never been this hot ever in my entire life. And I'm 30 now. And that's not because I like developed into it. I had a full beard 14 years ago. It's because only now have I like put effort into my appearance. And maybe if I was a girl, but otherwise the same, maybe if I was socialized as a girl, I would have cared earlier and it wouldn't have been such a dramatic glow up, I guess. This jacket is so comfy. Cats on Meth and Monspot, thanks to the tier 1 subs. And continuing with Chicken Nug Nugs, you helped me get the confidence to start lifting, further boosting my confidence. You inspired me to diet, down 9 kilograms in 3 months. Wow, well done. What I'm trying to say, Vosh, is that I may be fat and British and unfortunately straight. I couldn't fix that in this world built for queers. But you have helped me to become a happier and healthier person. Made me realize that I'm also a member of the queer community. I'll be in line to the death camps too, and it's our solemn responsibility to be the drippiest in line. That is true. You know, being smug in the line to the gas chamber played out gauche, kind of pathetic and desperate, honestly. Being the drippiest in line, aspirational. Chicken Nug Nugs, thank you very much for the incredibly kind donos. I'm really happy to know that I've been able to have any kind of positive influence in your life. Seriously, thank you. Keep it up. 1 second. For these ending bits, I will... Mortaray with the tier 4 sub. I have purchased the premium piss. Based? Based. Tootie Siggy, thank you for the $5. I'll consider your input. Cats on Meth, sorry. Uncanny Squish, thank you for the $5. I don't normally dono, but you mentioned Guilty Gear and it made me so genuinely happy. I don't know why that would necessarily make you happy. I've never actually played Guilty Gear. I think a lot of the characters are very attractive in Guilty Gear. I mean, you know, it's got some pretty good character designs. Shaky09, thanks the tier 1 sub. Sophie PD13, thank you likewise. Somniostatic, thanks the tier 1 sub. Have you heard of a manga called Usogui? Looks pretty good. Also, Lucy says hi. Hey, Lucy. I have not, though. I'm curious on what are the best ways to start learning about fashion, aside from your videos, Lamau. The best way is to go learn in person, you know? Go to a department store or a place that has a lot of clothes you can try on and of different like styles and try them on in the changing room. You may have to spend a while there, but Pinterest, I think what people have to understand is that the way you choose to dress is a form of communication. It's a cultural language. And like regular spoken language, the decisions that you make and the way things sound or look, they're not rational. The way the art of making a sentence sound good isn't so much a like logical deduction of how the fastest way to say it would be, but rather an expression of your understanding of that cultural context. The most eloquent people, the people who can speak the best but also have a lot of personal flair, show that they understand the rules of speech, but then add to it with their own distinctive tendencies. They take what works and they build on it. This is one of the reasons why when you're drawing, when you're learning how to do illustration, you need to know how anatomy works before you can break it. Many excellent artists break anatomy all the time. Studio Ghibli films don't draw humans super realistically. There are tons of cartoonists who make changes to how the body moves and works, you know? But you have to know the rules so that you can break them intelligently. You don't want to just go breaking them willy-nilly because that incoherence comes across in what you're doing. Likewise, one of the best ways to get started with dressing well is to stick to the basics. A lot of people think getting into fashion is like wearing crazy over-the-top runway model outfits. And maybe it is in the long run, but nobody started drawing by just instantly busting out some crazy hyper-stylized piece, right? You get started on the basics. Find how to make a basic good outfit, you know? A very, very basic one. Find out your sizes, right? Like what clothes fit you, how they fit you, what contours to your body in a comfortable way, what fits your shoulders properly, what sizes you are. Very basic stuff. And you can do that trying it on in the store, you know. You can go in and get a feel for it. And as you get more comfortable with how individual pieces feel, you can start to build towards like a kind of communicated aesthetic. For example, one of the reasons I like Buck Mason so much is because I really like the kind of elevated 1960s semi-formal menswear aesthetic it has going on. Fashion forward, higher waisted pants, more sort of inventive designs, louder colors, but it's informed by the aesthetics of 1960s menswear with its trousers and its knit ties and its like fatigue shirts, like I was just wearing a second ago, you know? Stuff like that means that there is a cultural language that you're communicating that goes just beyond like, well, this looks good, this feels good. Does that make sense? Did you change fits? I took my jacket off. Any kind you want, Day 75. Here, this is the current summer lookbook for Buck Mason. And you can tell so I'm being serious here. Let's try to engage with this constructively. What vibes are coming across? So we have a black sweater over a white t-shirt. This is a linen jacket. These are medium to light wash jeans. Then we have no socks, and I think these are moccasins. Pretty chill, right? But upscaled, semi-formal. It's not casual in the like, oh, streetwear or t-shirt and jeans way, but it's clearly not formal. Professor on his day off. You guys say professor anytime you see anyone wearing a brown tailored jacket, okay? It's casual, but elevated, upscale, and this is critical, very American. Buck Mason is a very American clothing brand. Their clothes are very much based in American menswear, particularly stuff that has a military origin. Not all of it, of course. Jeans are American, you know, obviously. Linen jackets aren't essentially American, you know. Moccasins are, I don't know where moccasins are from. But anyway, let's take a look at some more, right? So what do we have here? Well, here, it looks like he's wearing a black long sleeve shirt, and then over it, he's wearing a linen or chambray work shirt. See, he's got two pockets right here. There's one here and there's one here. What does this communicate? You know? Well, to me, this communicates, again, casual, but in a kind of elevated, upscaled menswear. It's very masculine clothing, but it's workaday. It's a little bit blue collar. I mean, in this case, it is literally blue collar. But you can see the vibes being communicated here, right? Over here, likewise, we have what I assume are white jeans, you know, the moccasins from before. We've got a nice, simple, is that an Oxford shirt? I think it is, yeah, a button-down shirt. What's Vosh's opinion on watches? I don't really care for... To me, this communicates highly educated, but mostly in trade skills, not academia. Ooh, Dusty Poncho, good work. Or sorry, good point, yeah. It's not just about blue collar. It's that this indicates a kind of coherence, a kind of decorum, right? Like civil, but in a blue collar way. One of the things that I like about this, we're narrativizing a guy's appearance now. Yeah? What do you mean? This guy's a model for a clothing brand. Yeah, we're talking about what clothing means. Sorry, go take your ass back to fucking, I don't know, Macy's and just pick shit off the rack at random. What do you want? Nobody lower class would dress that way. This doesn't come across as like poor or whatever. It comes across as working class. These clothes don't descend from like aristocratic style tendencies. A lot of like men's suiting descends from British nobility, you know? This doesn't come across as the stuff that like lawyers would wear, you know? This is more like the stuff of a guy who works at like an aerospace firm as an engineer in 1956, you know? You understand what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, like a carpenter who's seasoned. It's very American. It's very proletarian, I would say. I'm imagining the foreman of a machine shop, not one of the machinists. Not the foreman like a manager, but maybe like the head honcho there, you know? Like he does the work too. Oh, right here, see? This is very like Ivy League, you know, which is, again, same, like a menswear kind of semi-formal way of presenting. You've got loafers, you've got jeans, you've got the linen jacket, the knit tie. Here we got some cargo pants, button-up shirt, and then an indigo quarter zip. The black outfit is the weakest. I agree. Here's that work shirt again. Ooh, I like this quite a bit. In fact, it's not too dissimilar to what I was wearing earlier. All the items that he's wearing, by the way, are right here. See? You can see him down here. Ain't that nice? The short shorts are a bit much. These aren't short shorts. These are just... This is more or less the length that shorts tended to be between the like 60s and 80s, you know? Also, this is made of linen. Khaki loomed linen station jacket. Hold on, have I seen this before? Oh no, this is new. Oh no, this is new. They're still adding new stuff. That looks quite nice. See, look, a relaxed take on a vintage mechanics jacket. See, this is another thing that I like. If you look at the items and their description, you find out that most of these have their origins in men's workwear. $250? Yes, this is an expensive brand. It's a high-quality jacket. They don't make that many of them either. They run out of stuff pretty often. This is a work shirt. Classic mid-century work shirt. Isn't this what celebrities get made fun of for? Cosplaying the working class? Genuine question. What is wrong with you? What do you... No. The thing that gets made fun of is wearing clothes like Kanye West releasing clothes that's supposed to make you look homeless. This isn't cosplaying. You're just wearing it. You're communicating what you want. You don't, I'm sorry. Break into your, do you have jeans? Are you aware of the fact that jeans were worn by like miners and foremen back in the 1882? Are you aware of the fact that Levi's originally made these for people doing backbreaking manual labor 12 hours a day? Are you cosplaying that? Somebody sees you wearing jeans and they're like, you don't really work 72-hour work weeks, you fucking LARPer. Come on. It's a way of communicating style and presence that you care about. It's not cosplaying. You're a member of the working class, almost certainly, okay? You know, this looks very American. But we can go further, right? Here, look. The quarter zip, directly descendant from sportswear. These parachute poplin Jungo cargo pant, military inspired. All of these are from classic American menswear styles. $250 workwear. Workwear means the line, the artistic cultural place that it comes from. Yes, it's more expensive than just like random clothes that you might buy. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt you to have some like high quality work pants if you wanted them. You're arguing with fashion snobs? No, I'm not. I'm arguing with people who don't know anything about fashion. And like so many people who have insecurities they project outward, they reflexively attack this because they think it's frivolous and feminine. They look at it and they look for excuses to delegitimize it. Either it's frivolous in a way other art isn't for some reason, or it's like pretentious and bourgeois to spend money on stuff as though they're not messaging in chat from a $2,800 gaming computer, you know? They're snobs? No. That's not snobbery. That's insecurity. I like Gurkha shorts instead. I like these clothes. It's just something I'm interested in. Here you go. I think this looks quite nice as well. Japanese loom state, selvage full saddle jean. So these are some nice Japanese denim jeans, undyed. Now that is American. First of all, is the high waist not flattering? We have an exaggerated large belt and buckle, because that's very cowboy. White jeans on Chelsea boots, I'm guessing, and I'm going to guess chambray shirt tucked in. Yep, chambray work shirt. Why so expensive, though? Because it's high-quality clothing. You telling me these materials are really worth that uptick in value? Yes. Buck Mason? Yeah. The difference in quality and make is significant. It takes a lot of effort to... I mean, they're still a business. They're making a profit. I'm not going to pretend this is like a charity. But yeah, there's a reason the clothes you buy day to day are so cheap. Like, the point of these clothes is that you're supposed to buy them and then have them forever. These are selvage jeans. You think these are going to, like, break? I don't know what you're doing with your jeans, but you could buy these at 30 and wear them at 60. Exactly, Olmsted. The cultural language is very important. But how do you keep those clean white pants? I mean, you have to be careful, but it's not too bad. It's tough to get real jeans dirty. And nice, that cauliflower. I don't know what that means, Lamau. What means, Lamau? The concept of having something for 300, or sorry, for 30 years. I like the white ones the most. Very bold, very distinct. Oh, that looks good. Oh yeah, look at that. Guys, I don't know what to tell you, but having felt a decent amount of jeans in my hands, the difference between jeans like this and the kind you would just get at a regular store, insane. In terms of quality, fit, comfort, durability, these things will never break. God damn, that looks good. Here's sportswear. Some corduroy pants. Golden walnut craftsman corduroy sportsman jacket. Hey, I have this. It's right next to me. I have talked about it, DRH. There's a big video on the second channel. I think he's doing a bit of a silly fit here, but I'm glad he's having fun with it. I love herringbone twill. I love that shit. I have these. This looks good. See, that texture, it was the same as my jacket. You saw it a second ago with my jacket. Donegal knit. That looks so good. See what I mean again by elevated casual? None of these are like crazy elaborate outfits or anything. They're meant to be fairly casual. They're not formal. But they look really nice. As cable knit goes, I'm always going to be more of a light oak enjoyer myself. Oh, I have these. Mine don't fit me quite this well, sadly. Just a consequence of me having a larger waist than these fine modeled individuals. I can get them hemmed if I want to, though. Too masculine for me. Well, these are men's clothing, so there's that, yeah. 138 is reasonable. I defend the costs. That belt, I have that belt. It's very nice. All right, I'm just kind of waffling at this point. I got to finish donos. We're already 15 over. Got distracted. God damn it. I got so distracted. I'm 15 over. And there's still a bunch of Voshka's chat is bad as vocalizing. I think the thing that feels off is the slightest hit of pretentiousness, like wanting to look like a worker while not getting the same brands an actual worker would use. Roy Omega, your clothes already fit in these categories. Your t-shirts were originally pajamas for women. If you have cargo pants, those are military descendant. If you've got a hoodie, you'll never guess where that comes from. It's either sportwear or what are you, pretending to be black, assuming you're not black. All clothes do this. I'm not saying like you should dress up as like through workwear. All clothes already have these origins. Like you guys probably wear stuff descendant from workwear or military clothing or sportswear. And I'm only encouraging you to be aware of where those connections are, like how they meet and how they work together. Yeah, but most people are wearing versions of those things that don't cost $250. Okay. And like, I genuinely, I don't like, you really like, this is like, a complete moral intuition. Like, yeah, it's a nicer clothing brand. They're high quality. They feel good. Also, fashion is historically a very elitist art form. It's not now. there are tons of super drippy people everywhere across. If anything, the most dripless class of people is also one of the most moneyed, which is like Silicon Valley venture capitalist types. There's lots of elitism in literally all art. I mean, that's always been the case. Nicer, more expensive, dude. I get like $300 a month in disability. Wow, that sucks for you. Askers? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, hey, here's this thing that I care about and some stuff that I think looks good. Must be nice of you to be able to afford those. Yeah, no shit. Do you think I'm going to argue against that? No, actually, it's not nice that I can afford. Thank you for reminding me that I make more money than you. Okay, I don't know why you're being mad at me about it. I don't know what the fuck I did to warrant that. Like, are you just getting angry at me? You know, I'm streaming this in an expensive computer, right? Like, are we mad about that? The furniture behind me, I didn't, like, this isn't IKEA. Like, what do you want from me? You're doing resentment politics right now. And by the way, I might be showing off a brand that I like, but the logic that I'm describing about understanding clothing as a cultural language, that's universal. That is not like a Buck Mason specific thing. You can do that with any clothing from anywhere, you know? And you can make informed decisions about what to buy anywhere. You know, I don't understand the resentment politics. I don't understand getting upset with me. Claims to be a socialist, has well-fed cats curious. True. People act like you're looking at $80K Rolex watches, Lamau. It's literally super high quality. It's such nice clothing. I really do rep the brand. You know, it's really good. Yeah, people do be resentful. Donos? Man, maybe I should do donos tomorrow. I'm 20 minutes over now. Yeah, I think I have to. I have shit to do. Like, okay, no one can say this one is my fault, right? You know, no one can say, nobody would argue that I have self-control and the ability to not argue with chat nonstop. You know, like everyone would agree that I am just a leaf blowing in the wind, right? I'll read him for real tomorrow. That's the hope, Tempest. Yeah, you know, you should be a little bit suspicious of clothing that's super cheap. Where'd that cost get cut? All right. I'm going to stream tomorrow. I believe I'm going to be streaming tomorrow evening, though it is my goal to do politics at least to begin with. So I love you guys very much. I hope I'll see you there. And then I'm going to send you over to no hard feelings with today's stream. This is how we're doing it from now on, folks, okay? I've been contained for too long, and I'm sick of it. I'm sending you over to Dara? Yeah, I'll send you over to Dara. I will, in fact, boldly make the decision to do the thing that I've done like 50 times, okay? Yes, chef. Everyone say it. Yes, chef. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. All right. I'll finish reading donos next stream. I promise. I promise I will. All right. Take care. And where's where is it? I think one of the site admins, ambitious. Oh, there it is. Dharamgaria old account. Well, that is what it is right now. Good luck.